Welcome to the 15-day English Speaking Challenge. Ready to transform your English speaking skills in just 15 days? Whether you're a beginner or aiming to refine your fluency, this challenge is here to guide you every step of the way. Simply come back each day, pick up from where you left off, and tackle the next lesson. Let's start with day 1 of the 15-day English Speaking Challenge. Your path to fluency begins now. Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you. Good morning. Good morning. How's it going? How's it going? What's your name? What's your name? I'm James. What about you? I'm James. What about you? How do you do? How do you do? Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. It's great to meet you. It's great to meet you. Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Manchester. I'm from Manchester. What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? I work as a teacher. I work as a teacher. Are you new here? Are you new here? I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you. How was your day? How was your day? Did you have a good weekend? Did you have a good weekend? What brings you here? What brings you here? Have you been here before? Have you been here before? Let's keep in touch. Let's keep in touch. I wake up at 7 a.m. every day. I wake up at 7 a.m. every day. I brush my teeth after breakfast. I brush my teeth after breakfast. I go to work by car. I go to work by car. I usually have lunch at noon. I usually have lunch at noon. I take a coffee break in the afternoon. I take a coffee break in the afternoon. I go to the gym in the evening. I go to the gym in the evening. I cook dinner at 7 p.m. I cook dinner at 7 p.m. I read a book before bed. I read a book before bed. I set my alarm for 6:30 a.m. I set my alarm for 6:30 a.m. I check my emails in the morning. I check my emails in the morning. I pick up groceries on Saturdays. I pick up groceries on Saturdays. I walk my dog after work. I walk my dog after work. I clean the house on weekends. I clean the house on weekends. I take a shower every morning. I take a shower every morning. I make my bed every day. I make my bed every day. I watch TV in the evenings. I watch TV in the evenings. I do the laundry every week. I do the laundry every week. I prepare my clothes for the next day. I prepare my clothes for the next day. I meditate for 10 minutes daily. I meditate for 10 minutes daily. I relax with a movie on Fridays. I relax with a movie on Fridays. How much does this cost? How much does this cost? Can I try this on? Can I try this on? Do you have this in a different size? Do you have this in a different size? Where is the fitting room? Where is the fitting room? I'm just looking, thank you. I'm just looking, thank you. Can I pay by credit card? Can I pay by credit card? Do you have any discounts today? Do you have any discounts today? I'd like to return this item. I'd like to return this item. Can I get a refund? Can I get a refund? Where can I find the electronics section? Where can I find the electronics section? I'm looking for a gift. I'm looking for a gift. Is this on sale? Is this on sale? Can you gift wrap this for me? Can you gift wrap this for me? I need a receipt, please. I need a receipt, please. Are there any special offers? Are there any special offers? What's your exchange policy? What's your exchange policy? How do I get to the checkout? How do I get to the checkout? I'd like to buy this. I'd like to buy this. Can you help me find the shoe section? Can you help me find the shoe section? Do you have any recommendations? Do you have any recommendations? Can I see the menu, please? Can I see the menu, please? I'd like to make a reservation. I'd like to make a reservation. Do you have any vegetarian options? Do you have any vegetarian options? What's today's special? What's today's special? I'll have the salmon, please. I'll have the salmon, please. Can I get this without onions? Can I get this without onions? Could we get the cheque, please? Could we get the cheque, please? Is service included in the bill? Is service included in the bill? I'm allergic to nuts. I'm allergic to nuts. Can I get a glass of water? Can I get a glass of water? How spicy is this dish? How spicy is this dish? I'd like my steak medium rare. I'd like my steak medium rare. Can we get a table by the window? Can we get a table by the window? Could you please bring more bread? Could you please bring more bread? Can you recommend a good wine? Can you recommend a good wine? I'd like to order for takeout. I'd like to order for takeout. Is there a kids menu? Is there a kids menu? Can you split the bill? Can you split the bill? I'd like my coffee with cream and sugar. I'd like my coffee with cream and sugar. Could you make it a bit less salty? Could you make it a bit less salty? How do I get to the nearest train station? How do I get to the nearest train station? Can you show me on the map? Can you show me on the map? Is this the right bus for Liverpool? Is this the right bus for Liverpool? How long does it take to get there? How long does it take to get there? Where is the closest hotel? Where is the closest hotel? Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? Can you recommend a good restaurant nearby? How much is a taxi to Brighton? How much is a taxi to Brighton? I'm looking for the tourist information centre. I'm looking for the tourist information centre. What time does the last train leave? What time does the last train leave? Where can I buy a ticket? Where can I buy a ticket? Is it safe to walk around here at night? Is it safe to walk around here at night? How far is it from here to Sheffield? How far is it from here to Sheffield? Can you call a taxi for me? Can you call a taxi for me? Where can I rent a bike? Where can I rent a bike? I'm lost. Can you help me? I'm lost. Can you help me? Is there a map available? Is there a map available? What's the best way to get to the airport? What's the best way to get to the airport? Can you tell me how to get to the museum? Can you tell me how to get to the museum? Are there any guided tours available? Are there any guided tours available? Can you give me directions to Southampton? Can you give me directions to Southampton? I'm feeling sick. Can I see a doctor? I'm feeling sick. Can I see a doctor? Where is the nearest pharmacy? Where is the nearest pharmacy? I have a headache. What should I take? I have a headache. What should I take? Is there a hospital nearby? Is there a hospital nearby? I need an ambulance. I need an ambulance. I've had an accident. Can you help? I've had an accident. Can you help? Do you know any good clinics in this area? Do you know any good clinics in this area? I'm allergic to penicillin. I'm allergic to penicillin. Can I get a prescription refill? Can I get a prescription refill? How do I get to the emergency room? How do I get to the emergency room? I need to see a specialist. I need to see a specialist. What are the symptoms of the flu? What are the symptoms of the flu? I think I need stitches. I think I need stitches. Can you recommend a good dentist? Can you recommend a good dentist? I've been feeling anxious lately. I've been feeling anxious lately. Is there a walk-in clinic around here? Is there a walk-in clinic around here? What should I do if I have a fever? What should I do if I have a fever? Can you help me with this injury? Can you help me with this injury? I need some over-the-counter medicine. I need some over-the-counter medicine. How can I prevent getting sick? How can I prevent getting sick? I have a meeting at 10 a.m. I have a meeting at 10 a.m. Can you send me that report? Can you send me that report? I need to schedule a conference call. I need to schedule a conference call. What's the deadline for this project? What's the deadline for this project? Can we discuss this over lunch? Can we discuss this over lunch? I'll follow up on this tomorrow. I'll follow up on this tomorrow. I'm working on a presentation for next week. I'm working on a presentation for next week. Could you review this document? Could you review this document? I'll be out of the office next Friday. I'll be out of the office next Friday. Do you have any updates on this? Do you have any updates on this? I'm looking forward to collaborating on this. I'm looking forward to collaborating on this. Can you give me an overview of the project? Can you give me an overview of the project? I need to finalize the budget by Friday. I need to finalize the budget by Friday. How do I access the company's intranet? How do I access the company's intranet? I'd like to request a day off. I'd like to request a day off. Can you help me with this task? Can you help me with this task? I'm preparing for a performance review. I'm preparing for a performance review. Can we set up a meeting to discuss this? Can we set up a meeting to discuss this? I'm in charge of organising the event. I'm in charge of organising the event. I need to update my contact information. I need to update my contact information. Are you free this weekend? Are you free this weekend? Let's go out for dinner. Let's go out for dinner. How about meeting for coffee tomorrow? How about meeting for coffee tomorrow? Would you like to join us for a movie? Would you like to join us for a movie? Do you want to hang out later? Do you want to hang out later? I'm planning a party next week. I'm planning a party next week. Let's catch up sometime soon. Let's catch up sometime soon. Can we meet at 3 p.m? Can we meet at 3 p.m? Are you available for a get-together? Are you available for a get-together? I'd love to come. What time? I'd love to come. What time? Can we do it another day? Can we do it another day? Let's make plans for the weekend. Let's make plans for the weekend. Do you want to join us for a hike? Do you want to join us for a hike? I'm hosting a barbecue this Saturday. I'm hosting a barbecue this Saturday. How about a game night this Friday? How about a game night this Friday? I'd be happy to join you for lunch. I'd be happy to join you for lunch. Can we reschedule our meeting? Can we reschedule our meeting? Let's go to the beach this summer. Let's go to the beach this summer. I'm interested in going to the concert. I'm interested in going to the concert. Are you up for a road trip? Are you up for a road trip? How do I reset my password? How do I reset my password? My phone isn't working properly. My phone isn't working properly. Can you help me with this software? Can you help me with this software? I need to update my operating system. I need to update my operating system. Is there a Wi-Fi connection here? Is there a Wi-Fi connection here? How do I connect to Bluetooth? How do I connect to Bluetooth? My laptop won't turn on. My laptop won't turn on. Can you show me how to use this app? Can you show me how to use this app? I need more storage on my phone. I need more storage on my phone. How do I install this program? How do I install this program? What's the best antivirus software? What's the best antivirus software? Can you help me set up my new printer? Can you help me set up my new printer? I'm having trouble with my internet connection. I'm having trouble with my internet connection. How do I back up my data? How do I back up my data? I need to charge my tablet. I need to charge my tablet. Can you recommend a good headset? Can you recommend a good headset? How do I transfer files from my phone to my computer? How do I transfer files from my phone to my computer? I've lost my USB drive. I've lost my USB drive. How do I recover a deleted file? How do I recover a deleted file? Can you teach me how to use this feature? Can you teach me how to use this feature? What time does the next bus arrive? What time does the next bus arrive? How do I get to the train station? How do I get to the train station? I need to fill up the petrol tank. I need to fill up the petrol tank. Can you check the oil level? Can you check the oil level? Where can I park my car? Where can I park my car? Is there a toll on this road? Is there a toll on this road? How much is a one-way ticket? How much is a one-way ticket? I need to renew my driver's license. I need to renew my driver's license. Can I get a ride to the airport? Can I get a ride to the airport? How do I change a flat tire? How do I change a flat tire? What's the fastest route to London? What's the fastest route to London? Is there a car rental agency nearby? Is there a car rental agency nearby? I'm having trouble starting my car. I'm having trouble starting my car. Can you recommend a good mechanic? Can you recommend a good mechanic? Where is the nearest petrol station? Where is the nearest petrol station? How do I use the public transportation system? How do I use the public transportation system? Can I pay for parking by phone? Can I pay for parking by phone? What's the best way to avoid traffic? What's the best way to avoid traffic? Is there a bike path in this area? Is there a bike path in this area? How do I get to the car park? How do I get to the car park? Is this apartment available for rent? Is this apartment available for rent? How much is the monthly rent? How much is the monthly rent? Can I see the property? Can I see the property? What's included in the rent? What's included in the rent? Are utilities included in the price? Are utilities included in the price? When is the lease start date? When is the lease start date? Can I get a copy of the lease agreement? Can I get a copy of the lease agreement? Is there parking available? Is there parking available? How do I report a maintenance issue? How do I report a maintenance issue? Can I have pets in this apartment? Can I have pets in this apartment? Are there any nearby amenities? Are there any nearby amenities? What's the deposit amount? What's the deposit amount? Can I renew the lease after it expires? Can I renew the lease after it expires? Is there a laundry facility on site? Is there a laundry facility on site? What's the neighbourhood like? What's the neighbourhood like? How do I terminate my lease early? How do I terminate my lease early? Are there any restrictions on decorating? Are there any restrictions on decorating? When is the rent due? When is the rent due? Can I get a reference from previous tenants? Can I get a reference from previous tenants? How do I contact the landlord? How do I contact the landlord? What time does the class start? What time does the class start? How do I enroll in this course? How do I enroll in this course? Is there a textbook required for this class? Is there a textbook required for this class? Can I get a syllabus for the course? Can I get a syllabus for the course? What's the deadline for the assignment? What's the deadline for the assignment? Where can I find the library? Where can I find the library? Do you offer online classes? Do you offer online classes? Can I get help with my homework? Can I get help with my homework? What are the requirements for graduation? What are the requirements for graduation? Is there a study group I can join? Is there a study group I can join? How do I contact my professor? How do I contact my professor? When is the next exam? When is the next exam? Can I take this class? Can I take this class? How do I access the course materials online? How do I access the course materials online? Are there any scholarships available? Are there any scholarships available? What's the best way to prepare for the test? What's the best way to prepare for the test? Where is the Student Support Centre? Where is the Student Support Centre? Can I request a tutor? Can I request a tutor? How do I drop a class? How do I drop a class? Is there an orientation for new students? Is there an orientation for new students? I'd like to open a new account. I'd like to open a new account. How do I check my account balance? How do I check my account balance? Can I get a loan application? Can I get a loan application? What's the interest rate for this loan? What's the interest rate for this loan? How do I transfer money to another account? How do I transfer money to another account? I need to report a lost credit card. I need to report a lost credit card. Can I withdraw cash from my savings account? Can I withdraw cash from my savings account? What's the minimum balance requirement? What's the minimum balance requirement? How do I set up online banking? How do I set up online banking? Can I get a copy of my bank statement? Can I get a copy of my bank statement? What fees are associated with this account? What fees are associated with this account? I'd like to close my account. I'd like to close my account. How do I apply for a credit card? How do I apply for a credit card? Can I get a wire transfer? Can I get a wire transfer? How do I dispute a charge? How do I dispute a charge? What's the process for a mortgage application? What's the process for a mortgage application? How can I increase my credit limit? How can I increase my credit limit? I need to set up automatic bill payments. I need to set up automatic bill payments. How do I order more checks? How do I order more checks? Can you help me with budgeting advice? Can you help me with budgeting advice? What's playing at the cinema? What's playing at the cinema? Do you have tickets for the concert? Do you have tickets for the concert? Can you recommend a good book? Can you recommend a good book? Where can I find local events? Where can I find local events? What's a good restaurant in town? What's a good restaurant in town? Are there any festivals this weekend? Are there any festivals this weekend? I'm looking for a new TV show to watch. I'm looking for a new TV show to watch. Can you suggest a fun activity for kids? Can you suggest a fun activity for kids? Where can I buy tickets for the theatre? Where can I buy tickets for the theatre? What's the best place to go hiking? What's the best place to go hiking? Do you have any recommendations for weekend getaways? Do you have any recommendations for weekend getaways? Where can I find live music? Where can I find live music? What's a popular board game? What's a popular board game? Are there any art galleries nearby? Are there any art galleries nearby? What's the latest video game release? What's the latest video game release? Can you tell me about the local sports teams? Can you tell me about the local sports teams? Where can I find a good place for brunch? Where can I find a good place for brunch? Where is a good place to go for a romantic dinner? Where is a good place to go for a romantic dinner? Can you recommend a new podcast? Can you recommend a new podcast? Where can I find outdoor activities? Where can I find outdoor activities? I need to fix a leaky tap. I need to fix a leaky tap. How do I paint a room? How do I paint a room? Can you help me install a shelf? Can you help me install a shelf? What tools do I need for this project? What tools do I need for this project? How do I patch a hole in the wall? How do I patch a hole in the wall? I'm looking for ideas to remodel my kitchen. I'm looking for ideas to remodel my kitchen. Can you recommend a good paint colour? Can you recommend a good paint colour? How do I assemble this furniture? How do I assemble this furniture? What's the best way to clean carpets? What's the best way to clean carpets? Can I get advice on landscaping? Can I get advice on landscaping? How do I fix a broken tile? How do I fix a broken tile? What's the best way to organise a wardrobe? What's the best way to organise a wardrobe? I need to replace a light fixture. I need to replace a light fixture. Can you help me with wallpapering? Can you help me with wallpapering? How do I build a raised garden bed? How do I build a raised garden bed? What's the best method for removing stains? What's the best method for removing stains? How do I install a new door handle? How do I install a new door handle? Can you help me with electrical wiring? Can you help me with electrical wiring? What materials do I need for a DIY project? What materials do I need for a DIY project? How do I check if the paint is dry? How do I check if the paint is dry?
Show up. Show up. Meaning to arrive or attend, especially unexpectedly. To arrive or attend, especially unexpectedly. I didn't expect him to show up at the party. I didn't expect him to show up at the party. Plan out. Plan out. Meaning to carefully organise and arrange the details of an event. To carefully organise and arrange the details of an event. We need to plan out the party schedule in advance. We need to plan out the party schedule in advance. Bring along, bring along, meaning to bring someone or something with you to an event. To bring someone or something with you to an event. Can I bring along my friend to the party? Can I bring along my friend to the party? Kick off, kick off, meaning to start or begin, often used for events or parties. To start or begin, often used for events or parties. The party will kick off at 8 p.m. The party will kick off at 8 p.m. Set up, set up, meaning to arrange or prepare for an event or party. To arrange or prepare for an event or party. We need to set up the decorations before the guests arrive. We need to set up the decorations before the guests arrive. Hang out, meaning to spend time casually or informally, especially at a social event. To spend time casually or informally, especially at a social event. We can just hang out and chat at the party. We can just hang out and chat at the party. Call off, meaning to cancel or postpone an event or party. To cancel or postpone an event or party. They had to call off the party due to bad weather. They had to call off the party due to bad weather. Back out, meaning to withdraw or decline participation in an event. To withdraw or decline participation in an event. Unfortunately, she had to back out of the party at the last minute. Unfortunately, she had to back out of the party at the last minute. Turn up, meaning to arrive or appear, often used for unexpected appearances. To arrive or appear, often used for unexpected appearances. You can just turn up to the party without an invitation. You can just turn up to the party without an invitation. Dress up, meaning to wear formal or special attire for an event. To wear formal or special attire for an event. The invitation says to dress up for the costume party. The invitation says to dress up for the costume party. Drop in, meaning to visit briefly or unexpectedly. To visit briefly or unexpectedly. Feel free to drop in at the party anytime. Feel free to drop in at the party anytime. Break up, meaning to end or disband a party or gathering. To end or disband a party or gathering. The police had to break up the noisy party. The police had to break up the noisy party. Hold onto, meaning to retain or keep possession of something. To retain or keep possession of something. Hold on to your drink. We're heading to the dance floor. Hold on to your drink. We're heading to the dance floor. Blow out. Blow out. Meaning, to extinguish candles or celebrate a birthday by blowing out candles. To extinguish candles or celebrate a birthday by blowing out candles. Let's sing Happy Birthday and blow out the candles. Let's sing Happy Birthday and blow out the candles. Warm up. Warm up. To prepare for an event or party by socializing or getting into the mood. To prepare for an event or party by socializing or getting into the mood. We'll warm up with some games before the main party starts. We'll warm up with some games before the main party starts. Hang around. Hang around. Meaning, to stay or linger in a place without a specific purpose. To stay or linger in a place without a specific purpose. People tend to hang around the snack table at parties. People tend to hang around the snack table at parties. Cheer on. Cheer on. Meaning, to express support or encouragement, especially for a performer or team. To express support or encouragement, especially for a performer or team. Let's cheer on the birthday girl and make this party unforgettable. Let's cheer on the birthday girl and make this party unforgettable. Rip off. Rip off. Meaning, to remove quickly or tear off, often used for wrapping or packaging. To remove quickly or tear off, often used for wrapping or packaging. Let's rip off the wrapping paper and see what's inside. Let's rip off the wrapping paper and see what's inside. Pick up. Pick up. Meaning, to collect or gather someone or something, often used for guests. To collect or gather someone or something, often used for guests. I'll pick up some snacks on the way to the party. I'll pick up some snacks on the way to the party. Clean up. Clean up. Meaning, to tidy or remove clutter after a party or event. To tidy or remove clutter after a party or event. We'll need to clean up the place after the party is over. We'll need to clean up the place after the party is over. Liven up. Liven up. Meaning, to make something more exciting or lively. To make something more exciting or lively. Let's liven up the party with some upbeat music. Let's liven up the party with some upbeat music. Bring in. Bring in. Meaning, to introduce or include something new or different. To introduce or include something new or different. We decided to bring in a magician to entertain at the party. We decided to bring in a magician to entertain at the party. Turn down. Turn down. Meaning, to decline an invitation or request. to decline an invitation or request. Unfortunately, she had to turn down the invitation to the party. Unfortunately, she had to turn down the invitation to the party. Hang on, meaning to wait for a moment or hold briefly. To wait for a moment or hold briefly. Hang on. I'll be right back with more drinks for the party. Hang on. I'll be right back with more drinks for the party. Pull together. Pull together. Meaning to collaborate or work as a team to organize an event. To collaborate or work as a team to organize an event. We all need to pull together to make this party a success. We all need to pull together to make this party a success. Break into, meaning to start an activity suddenly, often used for dancing. To start an activity suddenly, often used for dancing. The guests couldn't resist and started to break into a dance. The guests couldn't resist and started to break into a dance. Pop in, meaning to visit briefly or unexpectedly. To visit briefly or unexpectedly. Feel free to pop in for a quick visit to the party. Feel free to pop in for a quick visit to the party. Run out, meaning to deplete the supply of something. To deplete the supply of something. We've run out of snacks at the party, but the music is still going strong. We've run out of snacks at the party, but the music is still going strong. Crank up, meaning to increase the intensity or volume, often used for music. To increase the intensity or volume, often used for music. Crank up the speakers. Let's have a dance party. Crank up the speakers. Let's have a dance party. Chow down, meaning to eat a large quantity of food enthusiastically. To eat a large quantity of food enthusiastically. Let's chow down on some delicious appetizers and enjoy the party vibes. Let's chow down on some delicious appetizers and enjoy the party vibes. Split up, meaning to separate or disperse, often used for groups. To separate or disperse, often used for groups. The friends decided to split up and explore different areas of the party. The friends decided to split up and explore different areas of the party. Put together, meaning to organize or assemble something, often used for events. To organize or assemble something, often used for events. It took weeks to put together the details for the surprise party. It took weeks to put together the details for the surprise party. Hand around, meaning To pass something, often used for drinks or snacks. To pass something, often used for drinks or snacks. Hand around the appetizers. Everyone should try them. Hand around the appetizers. Everyone should try them. Dress down. Dress down. Meaning, to wear casual or informal attire. To wear casual or informal attire. The invitation says to dress down for the laid-back beach party. The invitation says to dress down for the laid-back beach party. Strike up. Strike up. Meaning, to start a conversation or relationship. To start a conversation or relationship. It's easy to strike up a conversation at a small, friendly party. It's easy to strike up a conversation at a small, friendly party. Wrap up. Wrap up. Meaning, to conclude or finish an event. To conclude or finish an event. Let's wrap up the party with a group photo. Let's wrap up the party with a group photo.
Accepted. Agreed. Accepted. Agreed. Achieved. Attained. Achieved. Attained. Acknowledged. Recognized. Acknowledged. Recognized. Admitted. Confessed. Admitted. Confessed. Advised. Recommended. Advised. Recommended. Aimed. Targeted. Aimed. Targeted. Appealed. Requested. Appealed. Requested. Appeared. Emerged. Appeared. Emerged. Argued. Debated. Argued. Debated. Arrived. Reached. Arrived. Reached. Assembled. Gathered. Assembled. Gathered. Attacked. Assaulted. Attacked. Assaulted. Became. Turned. Became. Turned. Began. Started. Began. Started. Believed. Trusted. Believed. Trusted. Blended. Mixed. Blended. Mixed. Borrowed. Loaned. Borrowed. Loaned. Bribed. Suborned. Bribed. Suborned. Broke. Shattered. Broke. Shattered. Built. Constructed. Built. Constructed. Calculated. Computed. Calculated. Computed. Chose. Selected. Chose. Selected. Competed. Contended. Competed. Contended. Continued. Persisted. Continued. Persisted. cried, wept, cried, wept, danced, waltzed, danced, waltzed, deceived, misled, deceived, misled, defended, protected, defended, protected, delayed, postponed, delayed, postponed, discussed, talked, discussed, talked, divided, separated, divided, separated, dragged, pulled, dragged, pulled, drew, sketched, drew, sketched, earned, gained, earned, gained, eliminated, removed, eliminated, removed, embarked, started, embarked, started, ended, concluded, ended, concluded, explored, investigated, explored, investigated, fell, collapsed, fell, collapsed, felt, experienced, felt, experienced, fought, battled, fought, battled, found, discovered, found, discovered, gave, offered, gave, offered, gathered, collected, gathered, collected, guided, directed, guided, directed, hated, detested, hated, detested, helped, assisted, helped, assisted, hoped, expected, hoped, expected, ignored, overlooked, ignored, overlooked, informed, notified, informed, notified, inspected, examined, inspected, examined, invented, created, invented, created, judged, assessed, judged, assessed, knocked, banged, knocked, banged, laughed, chuckled, laughed, chuckled, learned, discovered, learned, discovered, led, guided, led, guided, liked, preferred, liked, preferred, made, produced, made, produced, managed, handled, managed, handled, measured, gauged, measured, gauged, mended, repaired, mended, repaired, missed, longed, missed, longed, named, called, named, called, noticed, observed, noticed, observed, opened, unlocked, opened, unlocked, organised, arranged, organised, arranged, participated, joined, participated, joined, planned, designed, planned, designed, prayed, worshipped, prayed, worshipped, prepared, equipped, prepared, equipped, prohibited, banned, prohibited, banned, promised, assured, promised, assured, proved, demonstrated, proved, demonstrated, questioned, inquired, questioned, inquired, rearranged, reshuffled, rearranged, reshuffled, received, got, received, got, refused, declined, refused, declined, replaced, substituted, replaced, substituted, replied, responded, replied, responded, rescued, saved, rescued, saved, saw, witnessed, saw, witnessed, searched, investigated, searched, investigated, separated, detached, separated, detached, shared, distributed, shared, distributed, shouted, yelled, shouted, yelled, showed, displayed, showed, displayed, succeeded, triumphed, succeeded, triumphed, supposed, assumed, supposed, assumed, swam, paddled, swam, paddled, talked, chatted, talked, chatted, taught, instructed, taught, instructed, thought, believed, thought, believed, travelled, roamed, travelled, roamed, turned, rotated, turned, rotated, understood, comprehended, understood, comprehended, visited, attended, visited, attended, wanted, desired, wanted, desired, watched, viewed, watched, viewed, wrote, composed, wrote, composed, chase, chase. The dog loves to chase the ball in the park. The dog loves to chase the ball in the park. Chair, chair. She sat down on the comfortable chair. She sat down on the comfortable chair. chocolate, chocolate. I love eating dark chocolate after dinner. I love eating dark chocolate after dinner. Chicken, chicken. They had grilled chicken for lunch. They had grilled chicken for lunch. Champion, champion. He was declared the champion of the tournament. He was declared the champion of the tournament. Cherry, cherry. She topped the cake with a single cherry. She topped the cake with a single cherry. Chapter, chapter. The book's first chapter was very intriguing. The book's first chapter was very intriguing. Cheese, cheese. Can you pass me the cheese, please? Can you pass me the cheese, please? Chalk, chalk. The teacher wrote on the board with a piece of chalk. The teacher wrote on the board with a piece of chalk. Chin, chin. He rested his chin on his hand while thinking. He rested his chin on his hand while thinking. Choice, choice. It's your choice to make. It's your choice to make. Chat, chat. Let's have a chat over coffee. Let's have a chat over coffee. Cheap, cheap. The shop sells clothes at a cheap price. The shop sells clothes at a cheap price. Cheer, cheer. The crowd began to cheer loudly. The crowd began to cheer loudly. Challenge, challenge. This game is a real challenge for me. This game is a real challenge for me. Moon, moon. The moon looked beautiful last night. The moon looked beautiful last night. School, school. She goes to a private school. She goes to a private school. Room, room. The room was very spacious and clean. The room was very spacious and clean. Food, food. We need to buy more food for the party. We need to buy more food for the party. Boot, boot. He struggled to remove the tight boot after the long hike. He struggled to remove the tight boot after the long hike. Cool, cool. The breeze felt cool against her skin. The breeze felt cool against her skin. Roof, roof. Birds were nesting on the roof of the house. Birds were nesting on the roof of the house. Pool, pool. They swam in the hotel pool every day. They swam in the hotel pool every day. Tool, tool. This tool is essential for fixing the car. This tool is essential for fixing the car. Shoot, shoot. He will shoot the target with his bow. He will shoot the target with his bow. Proof, proof. We need proof
of your identity. We need proof of your identity. Groom, groom. The groom looked nervous before the wedding. The groom looked nervous before the wedding. Root, root. The tree's root system is very extensive. The tree's root system is very extensive. Spoon, spoon. She stirred her coffee with a spoon. She stirred her coffee with a spoon. Goose, goose. A goose was wandering near the pond. A goose was wandering near the pond. Shine, shine. The stars shine brightly in the sky. The stars shine brightly in the sky. Shop, shop. He loves to shop for new clothes. He loves to shop for new clothes. Fish, fish. We saw colourful fish in the aquarium. We saw colourful fish in the aquarium. Wash, wash. He needs to wash his car. He needs to wash his car. Shape, shape. The cookies were in the shape of stars. The cookies were in the shape of stars. Sharp, sharp. Be careful with that sharp knife. Be careful with that sharp knife. Shout, shout. He had to shout to be heard over the noise. He had to shout to be heard over the noise. Shell, shell. He found a beautiful shell on the beach. He found a beautiful shell on the beach. Share, share. It's nice to share your toys with others. It's nice to share your toys with others. Shirt, shirt. He wore a blue shirt to the interview. He wore a blue shirt to the interview. Ship, ship. The ship sailed across the ocean. The ship sailed across the ocean. Show, show. The magician put on a great show. The magician put on a great show. Sheep, sheep. The sheep were grazing in the field. The sheep were grazing in the field. Shelf, shelf. The books are on the top shelf. The books are on the top shelf. Shadow, shadow. His shadow was cast on the wall. His shadow was cast on the wall. See, see. I can see the mountains from here. I can see the mountains from here. Tree, tree. The tree in our garden is very old. The tree in our garden is very old. Meet, meet. We plan to meet at the restaurant. We plan to meet at the restaurant. Bee, bee. A bee landed on the flower. A bee landed on the flower. Deep, deep. The water is too deep to swim here. The water is too deep to swim here. Free, free. The concert tickets are free. The concert tickets are free. Keep, keep.
Keep your room clean. Keep your room clean. Need. Need. Do you need any help? Do you need any help? Feel. Feel. I feel happy today. I feel happy today. Sleep. Sleep. He went to sleep early. He went to sleep early. Green. Green. The grass is very green in the spring. The grass is very green in the spring. Feet. Feet. My feet are tired from walking. My feet are tired from walking. Teeth. Teeth. Brushing your teeth is important for dental health. Brushing your teeth is important for dental health. Street. Street. They live on a quiet street. They live on a quiet street. Sweet. Sweet. This chocolate cake is too sweet. This chocolate cake is too sweet. Think. Think. I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great idea. Thank. Thank. I want to thank you for your help. I want to thank you for your help. Theatre. Theatre. We went to the theatre to watch a play. We went to the theatre to watch a play. Thick. Thick. The book was very thick. The book was very thick. Thirsty. Thirsty. I'm feeling thirsty after the run. I'm feeling thirsty after the run. 13. 13. She is 13 years old. She is 13 years old. Third. Third. He came in third place in the race. He came in third place in the race. Thunder. Thunder. The thunder was very loud last night. The thunder was very loud last night. Thief. Thief. The thief was caught by the police. The thief was caught by the police. Throat. Throat. My throat feels sore. My throat feels sore. Thumb. Thumb. He injured his thumb while working. He injured his thumb while working. Thousand. Thousand. There were 1,000 people at the concert. There were 1,000 people at the concert. Theme. Theme. The theme of the party was superheroes. The theme of the party was superheroes. Thing. Thing. What's that thing on the table? What's that thing on the table? Thought. Thought. She had a brilliant thought. She had a brilliant thought. Rain. Rain. It's going to rain all day. It's going to rain all day. Train. Train. The train arrives at noon. The train arrives at noon. Paint. Paint. She wants to paint her room blue. She wants to paint her room blue. Wait. Wait. We have to wait for the bus. We have to wait for the bus. Main, main. This is the main street in town. This is the main street in town. Mail, mail. She sent a letter in the mail. She sent a letter in the mail. Gain, gain. He hopes to gain more experience. He hopes to gain more experience. Chain, chain. She wore a gold chain around her neck. She wore a gold chain around her neck. Brain, brain. Puzzles help to exercise your brain. Puzzles help to exercise your brain. Fair, fair. The fair was full of fun activities. The fair was full of fun activities. Hair, hair. She cut her hair short. She cut her hair short. Claim, claim. He will claim his prize tomorrow. He will claim his prize tomorrow. Fail, fail. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to fail. Nail, nail. She hammered a nail into the wall. She hammered a nail into the wall. Sail, sail. The boat has a large sail. The boat has a large sail. High, high. The kite flew high in the sky. The kite flew high in the sky. Light, light. Turn on the light, please. Turn on the light, please. Night, night. The stars shine at night. The stars shine at night. Fight, fight. They got into a fight. They got into a fight. Bright, bright. The sun is very bright today. The sun is very bright today. Right, right. You made the right choice. You made the right choice. Sight, sight. The view from the top is a beautiful sight. The view from the top is a beautiful sight. Might, might. He might come to the party. He might come to the party. Tight, tight. These shoes are too tight. These shoes are too tight. Flight, flight. Their flight was delayed. Their flight was delayed. Slight, slight. There is a slight chance of rain. There is a slight chance of rain. Height, height. The height of the building is impressive. The height of the building is impressive. Delight, delight. The show was a delight to watch. The show was a delight to watch. Fright, fright. She jumped in fright. She jumped in fright. Insight, insight. His insight was very helpful. His insight was very helpful. Oil, oil. The car needs more oil. The car needs more oil. Boil, boil. Please boil some water. Please boil some water. Coin, coin. He found a coin on the ground. He found a coin on the ground. Join, join. Would you like to join us? Would you like to join us? Point, point. Can you point to the right answer? Can you point to the right answer? Voice, voice. She has a lovely singing voice. She has a lovely singing voice. Moist, moist. The cake turned out moist and delicious. The cake turned out moist and delicious. Noise, noise. There was a lot of noise outside. There was a lot of noise outside. Soil, soil. The soil here is very fertile. The soil here is very fertile. Spoil, spoil. Don't spoil the surprise. Don't spoil the surprise. Avoid, avoid. Try to avoid the traffic. Try to avoid the traffic. Foil, foil. Cover the dish with foil before baking. Cover the dish with foil before baking. Rejoice, rejoice. The team will rejoice after winning the championship. The team will rejoice after winning the championship. Spoilt, spoilt. The weather spoilt our plans for a picnic. The weather spoilt our plans for a picnic. Boiler, boiler. The boiler keeps the house warm during winter. The boiler keeps the house warm during winter. Pie, pie. She baked a delicious apple pie. She baked a delicious apple pie. Lie, lie. It's not good to lie. It's not good to lie. Tie, tie. He wore a tie to the meeting. He wore a tie to the meeting. Die, die. The flowers will die without water. The flowers will die without water. Cried, cried. The baby cried all night. The baby cried all night. Tried, tried. She tried her best to win. She tried her best to win. Flies, flies. The bird flies high in the sky. The bird flies high in the sky. Fried, fried. They had fried chicken for dinner. They had fried chicken for dinner. Grief, grief. She felt a deep sense of grief after the loss. She felt a deep sense of grief after the loss. Fierce, fierce. The tiger had a fierce look in its eyes. The tiger had a fierce look in its eyes. Brief, brief. He gave a brief summary of the report. He gave a brief summary of the report. Piece, piece. He gave me a piece of cake. He gave me a piece of cake. Spies, spies. The spies were caught. The spies were caught. Field, field. They played football in the field. They played football in the field. Believe, believe. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in magic? Fruit, fruit. She eats a piece of fruit every day. She eats a piece of fruit every day. Suit, suit. He wore a black suit to the wedding. He wore a black suit to the wedding. Juice, juice. She poured a glass of orange juice. She poured a glass of orange juice. Cruise, cruise. They went on a cruise to the Caribbean. They went on a cruise to the Caribbean. Bruise, bruise. He got a bruise on his leg from the fall. He got a bruise on his leg from the fall. Suitcase, suitcase. Her suitcase was packed and ready. Her suitcase was packed and ready. Recruit, recruit. They plan to recruit new team members. They plan to recruit new team members. Fluid, fluid. The fluid flowed smoothly through the pipe. The fluid flowed smoothly through the pipe. Pursuit, pursuit. The police were in pursuit of the suspect. The police were in pursuit of the suspect. Circuit, circuit. The electrical circuit was damaged. The electrical circuit was damaged. Ruin, ruin. The rain could ruin our picnic. The rain could ruin our picnic. Quick, quick. We need a quick solution to the problem. We need a quick solution to the problem. Guide, guide. She used a guide to navigate the city. She used a guide to navigate the city. Squid, squid. The squid is a fascinating sea creature. The squid is a fascinating sea creature. Disguise, disguise. He wore a disguise to avoid being recognized. He wore a disguise to avoid being recognized.
Could be is a phrase in English grammar that is often used to express possibility or uncertainty. It's typically used to suggest that something is possible or might happen, but it's not definite. Here's a simple explanation of how to use could be. Possibility. Use could be when you want to talk about something that might be true or possible. For example, it could be raining later suggests the possibility of rain, but you're not sure. Uncertainty. Could be is also used to indicate uncertainty when you're not making a strong statement. For instance, she could be at home means you're not certain if she is at home, but it's a possibility. Imagination or speculation. You can use could be to speculate about a situation or guess about something. For example, that noise could be a cat outside, implies that you think it might be a cat making the noise, but you're not sure. Here are example sentences using could be. It could be sunny tomorrow, so we might go to the beach. It could be sunny tomorrow, so we might go to the beach. The package could be delivered by noon. The package could be delivered by noon. She could be the best candidate for the job. She could be the best candidate for the job. This restaurant could be crowded on a Friday night. This restaurant could be crowded on a Friday night. The movie could be really interesting. The movie could be really interesting. The answer to the puzzle could be hidden in this book. The answer to the puzzle could be hidden in this book. The keys could be in the living room. The keys could be in the living room. It could be too late to catch the bus. It could be too late to catch the bus. His explanation could be the truth. His explanation could be the truth. The cake could be delicious with that recipe. The cake could be delicious with that recipe. The concert could be sold out by now. The concert could be sold out by now. The noise outside could be fireworks. The noise outside could be fireworks. The new store opening could be a big event. The new store opening could be a big event. The meeting could be rescheduled for next week. The meeting could be rescheduled for next week. These shoes could be a bit tight. These shoes could be a bit tight. The email could be in your spam folder. The email could be in your spam folder. The missing book could be on the shelf. The missing book could be on the shelf. The price of the car could be negotiable. The price of the car could be negotiable. She could be a famous artist one day. She could be a famous artist one day. The weather forecast suggests it could be rainy. The weather forecast suggests it could be rainy. I think she could be at the library. I think she could be at the library. It could be his car parked over there. It could be his car parked over there. This restaurant could be closed on Mondays. This restaurant could be closed on Mondays. He could be a doctor, but I'm not sure. He could be a doctor, but I'm not sure. She could be on vacation this week. She could be on vacation this week. The meeting time could be 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. The meeting time could be 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. It could be a misunderstanding. It could be a misunderstanding. The movie could be too long for kids. The movie could be too long for kids. His phone could be out of battery. His phone could be out of battery. It could be too spicy for some people. It could be too spicy for some people. The museum could be closed today. The museum could be closed today. This place could be haunted. This place could be haunted. She could be running late. She could be running late. It could be a new trend. It could be a new trend. The store's hours could be different on weekends. The store's hours could be different on weekends. The letter could be in the mailbox. The letter could be in the mailbox. The event could be cancelled due to rain. The event could be cancelled due to rain. The restaurant could be fully booked. The restaurant could be fully booked. The meeting location could be changed. The meeting location could be changed. He could be at home or at work. He could be at home or at work. That mysterious light in the sky could be a UFO. That mysterious light in the sky could be a UFO. That strange noise from the basement could be a ghost. That strange noise from the basement could be a ghost. This old map could be leading to hidden treasure. This old map could be leading to hidden treasure. The distant island could be inhabited by rare animals. The distant island could be inhabited by rare animals. The loud laughter from next door could be a party. The loud laughter from next door could be a party. The secret message in the code could be a clue to the mystery. The secret message in the code could be a clue to the mystery. The unusual plant in the garden could be a new species. The unusual plant in the garden could be a new species. The eerie silence in the forest could be a sign of danger. The eerie silence in the forest could be a sign of danger. The bright star in the sky could be a planet. The bright star in the sky could be a planet. The footsteps in the hallway could be a burglar. The footsteps in the hallway could be a burglar. The rustling in the bushes could be a wild animal. The rustling in the bushes could be a wild animal. The unexpected phone call at this hour could be important news. The unexpected phone call at this hour could be important news. The unusual behaviour of the dog could be due to a hidden toy. The unusual behaviour of the dog could be due to a hidden toy. The strange symbol on the wall could be a message. The strange symbol on the wall could be a message. The sudden drop in temperature could be a sign of winter approaching. The sudden drop in temperature could be a sign of winter approaching. The long-lost manuscript could be a masterpiece. The long-lost manuscript could be a masterpiece. The missing piece of the puzzle could be crucial to solving it. The missing piece of the puzzle could be crucial to solving it. The unexplained phenomenon could be a scientific breakthrough. The unexplained phenomenon could be a scientific breakthrough. The old photograph in the attic could be of a famous person. The old photograph in the attic could be of a famous person. The handwritten note in the book could be from the author. The handwritten note in the book could be from the author. Using should be in English grammar is relatively straightforward. Should be is often used to express recommendations, obligations, or expectations. Here's a simple explanation of how to use it. Recommendation or advice. You can use should be to give advice or make a suggestion. For example, you should be careful when crossing the street. If you want to stay healthy, you should be eating more vegetables. Expectation or likelihood. Should be can also indicate what is expected or likely to happen. For instance, he should be here by now suggests an expectation that he would have arrived by this time. The package should be delivered today implies the likelihood of the package arriving today. Obligation or duty. It can express a sense of duty or obligation. For example, I should be studying for the exam instead of watching TV. Employees should be punctual for their shifts. Here are example sentences using should be. You should be eating more fruits and vegetables for a balanced diet. You should be eating more fruits and vegetables for a balanced diet. If you're feeling tired, you should be getting more rest. If you're feeling tired, you should be getting more rest. Students should be studying regularly to do well in their exams. Students should be studying regularly to do well in their exams. I think you should be more organised to manage your time effectively. I think you should be more organised to manage your time effectively. She should be drinking plenty of water to stay hydrated. She should be drinking plenty of water to stay hydrated. To improve your writing, you should be reading more books. To improve your writing, you should be reading more books. You should be wearing a helmet when riding a bike for safety. You should be wearing a helmet when riding a bike for safety. If you want to learn a new language, you should be practicing every day. If you want to learn a new language, you should be practicing every day. People should be saving money for their future. People should be saving money for their future. He should be taking his medicine as prescribed by the doctor. He should be taking his medicine as prescribed by the doctor. We should be recycling to reduce waste. We should be recycling to reduce waste. I think you should be more patient with your colleagues. I think you should be more patient with your colleagues. Children should be supervised when using the internet. Children should be supervised when using the internet. You should be attending the meetings regularly to stay informed. You should be attending the meetings regularly to stay informed. To improve your skills, you should be seeking feedback. To improve your skills, you should be seeking feedback. Before a trip, you should be checking the weather forecast. Before a trip, you should be checking the weather forecast. You should be exercising regularly for better health. You should be exercising regularly for better health. Employees should be following company policies and procedures. Employees should be following company policies and procedures. Drivers should be obeying traffic rules at all times. Drivers should be obeying traffic rules at all times. To avoid accidents, you should be driving more cautiously in bad weather. To avoid accidents, you should be driving more cautiously in bad weather. The movie should be starting in a few minutes. The movie should be starting in a few minutes. She should be arriving at the airport right about now. She should be arriving at the airport right about now. By this time next year, I should be finished with my degree. By this time next year, I should be finished with my degree. The sun should be rising in the east. The sun should be rising in the east. The repair work on the house should be completed by Friday. The repair work on the house should be completed by Friday. The package should be delivered within 2 days. The package should be delivered within 2 days. He should be back from his vacation by Monday. He should be back from his vacation by Monday. The restaurant should be open for lunch. The restaurant should be open for lunch. The meeting should be wrapping up soon. The meeting should be wrapping up soon. By the time we get there, the store should be open. By the time we get there, the store should be open. The bus should be arriving at the bus stop shortly. The bus should be arriving at the bus stop shortly. The flowers should be blooming in the spring. The flowers should be blooming in the spring. The cake should be ready to come out of the oven. The cake should be ready to come out of the oven. She should be available for a phone call later today. She should be available for a phone call later today. The train should be departing on time. The train should be departing on time. The new smartphone should be released next month. The new smartphone should be released next month. The construction of the new bridge should be finished in a year. The construction of the new bridge should be finished in a year. The book should be available at the library. The book should be available at the library. The restaurant should be serving breakfast until 10 a.m. The restaurant should be serving breakfast until 10 a.m. The team should be practicing for the upcoming game. The team should be practicing for the upcoming game. Employees should be punctual for their shifts. Employees should be punctual for their shifts. Students should be respectful to their teachers. Students should be respectful to their teachers. As a citizen, you should be paying your taxes. As a citizen, you should be paying your taxes. We should be following the rules of the organisation. We should be following the rules of the organisation. Drivers should be wearing seat belts while driving. Drivers should be wearing seat belts while driving. In a library, people should be quiet. In a library, people should be quiet. Children should be doing their homework before playing. Children should be doing their homework before playing. Doctors should be providing the best possible care to patients. Doctors should be providing the best possible care to patients. You should be attending the mandatory training sessions. You should be attending the mandatory training sessions. To maintain safety, workers should be wearing safety gear. To maintain safety, workers should be wearing safety gear. We should be reporting any suspicious activity to the authorities. We should be reporting any suspicious activity to the authorities. She should be fulfilling her responsibilities as a team leader. She should be fulfilling her responsibilities as a team leader. Students should be submitting their assignments on time. Students should be submitting their assignments on time. He should be showing respect to his elders. He should be showing respect to his elders. In a classroom, students should be raising their hands to speak. In a classroom, students should be raising their hands to speak. Athletes should be adhering to the doping regulations. Athletes should be adhering to the doping regulations. Employees should be following the company's code of conduct. Employees should be following the company's code of conduct. Teachers should be grading assignments fairly. Teachers should be grading assignments fairly. We should be taking care of our environment by reducing waste. We should be taking care of our environment by reducing waste. As a pet owner, you should be providing proper care for your pets. As a pet owner, you should be providing proper care for your pets. Using would be in English grammar typically involves expressing hypothetical situations, conditional statements, or polite requests. Here's a simple explanation of how to use it. Hypothetical situations. Would be is often used to describe imaginary or unreal situations. For example, if I won the lottery, I would be rich. This is a hypothetical situation because the person hasn't actually won the lottery. Conditional statements. It's used to express a result that depends on a certain condition being met. For instance, if it rained, the ground would be wet. The result, the ground being wet, depends on the condition of rain. Future in the past. In some cases, would be is used to describe a future event from the perspective of the past. He said he would be here at 3 p.m. In the past, he made a statement about a future time. Here are example sentences using would be. If I were a bird, I would be able to fly anywhere. If I were a bird, I would be able to fly anywhere. She said if she had more time, she would be taking up a new hobby. She said if she had more time, she would be taking up a new hobby. If he were taller, he would be a great basketball player. If he were taller, he would be a great basketball player. In a perfect world, there would be no poverty. In a perfect world, there would be no poverty. If it were the weekend, I would be at the beach right now. If it were the weekend, I would be at the beach right now. If they won the competition, it would be a dream come true. If they won the competition, it would be a dream come true. If I had known about the party, I would be there. If I had known about the party, I would be there. If she were in charge, the company would be more innovative. If she were in charge, the company would be more innovative. If I were invisible, I would be exploring all sorts of places. If I were invisible, I would be exploring all sorts of places. If he were a chef, his cooking would be famous. If he were a chef, his cooking would be famous. If it were colder, there would be snow on the ground. If it were colder, there would be snow on the ground. If they were millionaires, they would be travelling the world. If they were millionaires, they would be travelling the world. If she were a detective, she would be solving mysteries. If she were a detective, she would be solving mysteries. If it were night time, the stars would be visible. If it were night time, the stars would be visible. If he were a superhero, he would be saving lives. If he were a superhero, he would be saving lives. If I were a teacher, my classroom would be a fun place to learn. If I were a teacher, my classroom would be a fun place to learn. If they were scientists, they would be making groundbreaking discoveries. If they were scientists, they would be making groundbreaking discoveries. If it were up to me, there would be no more pollution. If it were up to me, there would be no more pollution. If she were a singer, her voice would be mesmerizing. If she were a singer, her voice would be mesmerizing. If I were you, I would be careful with that decision. If I were you, I would be careful with that decision. If it rains tomorrow, the picnic would be cancelled. If it rains tomorrow, the picnic would be cancelled. If you work hard, your efforts would be rewarded. If you work hard, your efforts would be rewarded. If I had the money, I would be buying a new car. If I had the money, I would be buying a new car. If you heat the water to 100 degrees Celsius, it would be boiling. If you heat the water to 100 degrees Celsius, it would be boiling. If she had studied more, her grades would be better. If she had studied more, her grades would be better. If they arrived on time, the meeting would be starting now. If they arrived on time, the meeting would be starting now. If you press the button, the elevator would be coming down. If you press the button, the elevator would be coming down. If I had known, I would be making different plans. If I had known, I would be making different plans. If he called earlier, I would be available now. If he called earlier, I would be available now. If we leave early, we would be avoiding traffic. If we leave early, we would be avoiding traffic. If she ate the cake, she would be satisfied. If she ate the cake, she would be satisfied. If they practiced more, their performance would be flawless. If they practiced more, their performance would be flawless. If you turn off the lights, the room would be dark. If you turn off the lights, the room would be dark. If I were in charge, things would be different. If I were in charge, things would be different. If you invest wisely, your savings would be growing. If you invest wisely, your savings would be growing. If they had taken the shortcut, they would be here by now. If they had taken the shortcut, they would be here by now. If you took a plane, you would be there faster. If you took a plane, you would be there faster. If we water the plants, they would be healthier. If we water the plants, they would be healthier. If it snowed tonight, the roads would be slippery tomorrow. If it snowed tonight, the roads would be slippery tomorrow. If she passed the exam, she would be celebrating. If she passed the exam, she would be celebrating. He told me he would be visiting Paris next summer. He told me he would be visiting Paris next summer. She said she would be starting her new job in September. She said she would be starting her new job in September. They promised the package would be arriving by Friday. They promised the package would be arriving by Friday. Last week, he mentioned that the meeting would be at 3 p.m. today. Last week, he mentioned that the meeting would be at 3 p.m. today. In January, she informed us that she would be travelling to Japan in May. In January, she informed us that she would be travelling to Japan in May. He assured me that the project would be completed by December. He assured me that the project would be completed by December. They said the concert tickets would be on sale this weekend. They said the concert tickets would be on sale this weekend. She wrote in her diary that she would be moving to a new city. She wrote in her diary that she would be moving to a new city. He mentioned that the conference would be in London. He mentioned that the conference would be in London. They confirmed that the movie premiere would be next month. They confirmed that the movie premiere would be next month. Last year, she planned that the wedding would be in the spring. Last year, she planned that the wedding would be in the spring. He informed us that the exhibition would be opening on Saturday. He informed us that the exhibition would be opening on Saturday. She texted me that the flight would be landing at 4 p.m. She texted me that the flight would be landing at 4 p.m. In the past, they believed the technology would be revolutionary. In the past, they believed the technology would be revolutionary. He recorded in his journal that the house would be renovated soon. He recorded in his journal that the house would be renovated soon. She sent an email that the product launch would be in July. She sent an email that the product launch would be in July. They indicated that the store opening would be on Tuesday. They indicated that the store opening would be on Tuesday. He wrote a note that the repairs would be finished by Friday. He wrote a note that the repairs would be finished by Friday. She mentioned that the book would be published next year. She mentioned that the book would be published next year. They notified us that the game would be rescheduled to Sunday. They notified us that the game would be rescheduled to Sunday.
Circumstance. Circumstance. Meaning, a condition or fact affecting a situation. A condition or fact affecting a situation. Given the circumstance, I had to work from home today instead of going to the office. Given the circumstance, I had to work from home today instead of going to the office. Momentarily. Momentarily. Meaning, for a very short period of time, briefly. For a very short period of time, briefly. The power went out momentarily during the storm. The power went out momentarily during the storm. Encouraging. Encouraging. Meaning, giving someone support or confidence. Supportive. Giving someone support or confidence. Supportive. Her encouraging words helped him overcome his fears. Her encouraging words helped him overcome his fears. Inappropriate. Inappropriate. Meaning, not suitable or proper in the circumstances. Not suitable or proper in the circumstances. His behaviour was deemed inappropriate for the workplace. His behaviour was deemed inappropriate for the workplace. Spontaneous. Spontaneous. Meaning, performed or occurring as a result of a sudden inner impulse or inclination and without premeditation. Performed or occurring as a result of a sudden inner impulse or inclination and without premeditation. Their decision to take a road trip was completely spontaneous. Their decision to take a road trip was completely spontaneous. Accumulation. Accumulation. Meaning, the acquisition or gradual gathering of something. The acquisition or gradual gathering of something. The accumulation of dust on the shelves was noticeable. The accumulation of dust on the shelves was noticeable. Continuously, continuously, meaning without interruption, constantly, without interruption, constantly. The river flows continuously through the valley. The river flows continuously through the valley. Responsibility, responsibility, meaning the state or fact of having a duty to deal with something or of having control over someone. The state or fact of having a duty to deal with something or of having control over someone. It is her responsibility to make sure the project is completed on time. It is her responsibility to make sure the project is completed on time. Imagination, imagination, meaning the faculty or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. The faculty or action of forming new ideas or images or concepts of external objects not present to the senses. Children's imagination often leads to creative play. Children's imagination often leads to creative play. Measurement, measurement, meaning the size, length, or amount of something as established by measuring. The size, length, or amount of something as established by measuring. Accurate measurement of ingredients is crucial in baking. Accurate measurement of ingredients is crucial in baking. Recommendation, recommendation, meaning a suggestion or proposal as to the best course of action. A suggestion or proposal as to the best course of action. She gave a strong recommendation for the new restaurant in town. She gave a strong recommendation for the new restaurant in town. Affectionate, affectionate, meaning readily feeling or showing fondness or tenderness. Readily feeling or showing fondness or tenderness. The puppy was very affectionate, always seeking cuddles. The puppy was very affectionate, always seeking cuddles. Requirement, requirement, meaning a thing that is needed or wanted. A thing that is needed or wanted. Passing a medical exam is a requirement for the job. Passing a medical exam is a requirement for the job. Contribution, contribution, meaning a gift or payment to a common fund or collection. A gift or payment to a common fund or collection. Each member of the team made a significant contribution to the project. Each member of the team made a significant contribution to the project. Significantly, significantly, meaning in a sufficiently great or important way as to be worthy of attention. In a sufficiently great or important way as to be worthy of attention. Her grades improved significantly after she started studying daily. Her grades improved significantly after she started studying daily. Documentation. Documentation. Meaning, material that provides official information or evidence or that serves as a record. Material that provides official information or evidence or that serves as a record. Proper documentation is required to process the visa application. Proper documentation is required to process the visa application. Appreciation. Appreciation. Meaning, recognition and enjoyment of the good qualities of someone or something. Recognition and enjoyment of the good qualities of someone or something. She showed her appreciation for his help by baking him cookies. She showed her appreciation for his help by baking him cookies. Superficial. Superficial. Meaning, existing or occurring at or on the surface. Existing or occurring at or on the surface. She gave the report a superficial glance and missed the important details. She gave the report a superficial glance and missed the important details. Functionality. Functionality. Meaning, the quality of being suited to serve a purpose well. Practicality. The quality of being suited to serve a purpose well. Practicality. The new software's functionality impressed all the users. The new software's functionality impressed all the users. Maintenance. Maintenance. Meaning, the process of preserving a condition or situation or the state of being preserved. The process of preserving a condition or situation or the state of being preserved. Regular maintenance of the car keeps it running smoothly. Regular maintenance of the car keeps it running smoothly. Suggestion. Suggestion. Meaning, an idea or plan put forward for consideration. An idea or plan put forward for consideration. She made a suggestion to improve the workflow in the office. She made a suggestion to improve the workflow in the office. Discovered. Discovered. Meaning, found unexpectedly or during a search. Found unexpectedly or during a search. They discovered a hidden treasure in the old house. They discovered a hidden treasure in the old house. Excitement. Excitement. Meaning, a feeling of great enthusiasm and eagerness. A feeling of great enthusiasm and eagerness. The excitement was palpable as the concert began. The excitement was palpable as the concert began. Mainstream. Mainstream. Meaning, the ideas, attitudes, or activities that are regarded as normal or conventional. The dominant trend in opinion, fashion, or the arts. The ideas, attitudes, or activities that are regarded as normal or conventional. The dominant trend in opinion, fashion, or the arts. His music has moved from underground to mainstream. His music has moved from underground to mainstream. Benchmark, benchmark, meaning a standard or point of reference against which things may be compared or assessed. A standard or point of reference against which things may be compared or assessed. The new model sets a benchmark for fuel efficiency. The new model sets a benchmark for fuel efficiency. Challenging, challenging, meaning testing one's abilities, demanding. Testing one's abilities, demanding. The course was challenging, but she enjoyed the hard work. The course was challenging, but she enjoyed the hard work. Professional, professional, meaning relating to or connected with a profession. Relating to or connected with a profession. She maintained a professional demeanour during the meeting. She maintained a professional demeanour during the meeting. Substantial, substantial, meaning of considerable importance, size, or worth. Of considerable importance, size, or worth. They made a substantial donation to the charity. They made a substantial donation to the charity. Expectation, expectation, meaning a strong belief that something will happen or be the case in the future. A strong belief that something will happen or be the case in the future. The team's high expectation for the season motivated them to train harder. The team's high expectation for the season motivated them to train harder. Deliberately, deliberately, meaning consciously and intentionally, on purpose. Consciously and intentionally, on purpose. He deliberately ignored the warning signs. He deliberately ignored the warning signs. Traditional, traditional, meaning existing in or as part of a tradition, long established. Existing in or as part of a tradition, long established. They wore traditional clothing for the ceremony. They wore traditional clothing for the ceremony. Contemporary, contemporary, meaning living or occurring at the same time, belonging to or occurring in the present. Living or occurring at the same time, belonging to or occurring in the present. The gallery features contemporary art from local artists. The gallery features contemporary art from local artists. Presentation, presentation, meaning the manner or style in which something is given, offered, or displayed. The manner or style in which something is given, offered, or displayed. Her presentation on climate change was very informative. Her presentation on climate change was very informative. Captivated, captivated, meaning attract and hold the interest and attention of. Charm. Attract and hold the interest and attention of. Charm. The audience was captivated by the magician's performance. The audience was captivated by the magician's performance. Pleasantly, pleasantly, meaning in an enjoyable or agreeable manner. In an enjoyable or agreeable manner. She was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the food. She was pleasantly surprised by the quality of the food. Comforting, comforting, meaning serving to alleviate a person's feelings of grief or distress. Serving to alleviate a person's feelings of grief or distress. His comforting words helped her through the tough times. His comforting words helped her through the tough times. Appointment, appointment, meaning an arrangement to meet someone at a particular time and place. An arrangement to meet someone at a particular time and place. She scheduled an appointment with her doctor. She scheduled an appointment with her doctor. Respecting, respecting, meaning shown regard or consideration for. Shown regard or consideration for. Respecting others' opinions is important in a healthy discussion. Respecting others' opinions is important in a healthy discussion. Complicated, complicated, meaning consisting of many interconnecting parts or elements. Intricate. Consisting of many interconnecting parts or elements. Intricate. The instructions were so complicated that she had to call for help. The instructions were so complicated that she had to call for help. Thoughtful, thoughtful, meaning showing consideration for the needs of other people. Showing consideration for the needs of other people. He brought her favourite coffee as a thoughtful gesture. He brought her favourite coffee as a thoughtful gesture. Attempting, attempting, meaning making an effort to achieve or complete something. Making an effort to achieve or complete something. He is attempting to break the world record for fastest marathon. He is attempting to break the world record for fastest marathon. Controversial, controversial, meaning giving rise or likely to give rise to public disagreement. Giving rise or likely to give rise to public disagreement. The decision to close the park was highly controversial. The decision to close the park was highly controversial. Knowledgeable, knowledgeable, meaning intelligent and well informed. Intelligent and well informed. The guide was very knowledgeable about the history of the city. The guide was very knowledgeable about the history of the city. Underestimate, underestimate, meaning regard someone or something as less capable or important than they really are. Regard someone or something as less capable or important than they really are. Don't underestimate her. She's very talented. Don't underestimate her. She's very talented. Notification, notification, meaning the action of notifying someone or something. The action of notifying someone or something. She received a notification about the upcoming meeting. She received a notification about the upcoming meeting. Availability. Availability. Meaning the quality of being able to be used or obtained. The quality of being able to be used or obtained. Check the availability of rooms before making a reservation. Check the availability of rooms before making a reservation. Development. Development. Meaning the process of developing or being developed. The process of developing or being developed. The rapid development of the city has transformed it entirely. The rapid development of the city has transformed it entirely. Assessment. Assessment. Meaning the evaluation or estimation of the nature, quality, or ability of someone or something. The evaluation or estimation of the nature, quality, or ability of someone or something. The assessment of the project will determine its future. The assessment of the project will determine its future. Observation. Observation. Meaning the action or process of observing something or someone in order to gain information. The action or process of observing something or someone in order to gain information. His observation skills made him an excellent detective. His observation skills made him an excellent detective. Consequently. Consequently. Meaning as a result. As a result. She missed the bus and consequently was late for work. She missed the bus and consequently was late for work. Strenuously. Strenuously. Meaning in a way that requires great physical exertion. In a way that requires great physical exertion. She strenuously completed her workout, pushing through the exhaustion. She strenuously completed her workout, pushing through the exhaustion. Contradiction. Contradiction. Meaning a combination of statements, ideas, or features which are opposed to one another. A combination of statements, ideas, or features which are opposed to one another. There is a clear contradiction between his words and actions. There is a clear contradiction between his words and actions. Magnificent. Magnificent. Meaning impressively beautiful, elaborate, or extravagant. Striking. Impressively beautiful, elaborate, or extravagant. Striking. The view from the top of the mountain was absolutely magnificent. The view from the top of the mountain was absolutely magnificent. Vulnerable. Vulnerable. Meaning susceptible to physical or emotional attack or harm. Susceptible to physical or emotional attack or harm. The village was vulnerable to flooding during heavy rains. The village was vulnerable to flooding during heavy rains. Guarantee, guarantee. Meaning, a formal promise or assurance that certain conditions will be fulfilled. A formal promise or assurance that certain conditions will be fulfilled. The warranty provides a guarantee against defects. The warranty provides a guarantee against defects. Ambiguous, ambiguous. Meaning, open to more than one interpretation, not having one obvious meaning. Open to more than one interpretation, not having one obvious meaning. The instructions were ambiguous and caused a lot of confusion. The instructions were ambiguous and caused a lot of confusion. Distinctive, distinctive. Meaning, characteristic of one person or thing, and so serving to distinguish it from others. Characteristic of one person or thing, and so serving to distinguish it from others. The artist has a distinctive style that sets her apart from others. The artist has a distinctive style that sets her apart from others.
I had eaten breakfast before I left for work. I had eaten breakfast before I left for work. She had finished her homework by the time her friend arrived. She had finished her homework by the time her friend arrived. He had completed the project before the deadline. He had completed the project before the deadline. We had booked our tickets weeks in advance. We had booked our tickets weeks in advance. She had studied for the exam all night. She had studied for the exam all night. They had already seen the movie before I suggested it. They had already seen the movie before I suggested it. He had lived in the city for 10 years before he moved. He had lived in the city for 10 years before he moved. I had already made plans for the weekend. I had already made plans for the weekend. She had travelled to Europe before she started her new job. She had travelled to Europe before she started her new job. They had been waiting for the bus for over an hour. They had been waiting for the bus for over an hour. He had learned to play the guitar before he joined the band. He had learned to play the guitar before he joined the band. The restaurant had run out of food by the time we arrived. The restaurant had run out of food by the time we arrived. We had been dating for 2 years before we got engaged. We had been dating for 2 years before we got engaged. She had already visited all the tourist attractions in the city. She had already visited all the tourist attractions in the city. They had read the book before the movie came out. They had read the book before the movie came out. He had saved up enough money to buy a car. He had saved up enough money to buy a car. I had forgotten my phone at home that day. I had forgotten my phone at home that day. She had experienced a similar situation before. She had experienced a similar situation before. They had already started the game when I arrived. They had already started the game when I arrived. He had repaired the car before the road trip. He had repaired the car before the road trip. We had missed the last train of the night. We had missed the last train of the night. She had been to the concert before. She had been to the concert before. They had already ordered their meals when we arrived at the restaurant. They had already ordered their meals when we arrived at the restaurant. He had worked for the company for 5 years before he quit. He had worked for the company for 5 years before he quit. The store had closed by the time we got there. The store had closed by the time we got there. We had been planning the trip for months. We had been planning the trip for months. She had already made plans with her friends that evening. She had already made plans with her friends that evening. They had seen the movie before it was released in theatres. They had seen the movie before it was released in theatres. He had already taken his medication before the symptoms got worse. He had already taken his medication before the symptoms got worse. We had been hiking for hours before we reached the summit. We had been hiking for hours before we reached the summit. She had already completed her degree when she applied for the job. She had already completed her degree when she applied for the job. They had already found a replacement for the broken vase. They had already found a replacement for the broken vase. He had studied the language for years before he became fluent. He had studied the language for years before he became fluent. We had already booked our hotel room before the trip. We had already booked our hotel room before the trip. She had already prepared dinner before I got home. She had already prepared dinner before I got home. They had already left for the airport when I woke up. They had already left for the airport when I woke up. He had already taken care of the bills before the due date. He had already taken care of the bills before the due date. We had already started the meeting when the client arrived. We had already started the meeting when the client arrived. She had already packed her bags before the trip. She had already packed her bags before the trip. They had already cleaned up the house before the guests arrived. They had already cleaned up the house before the guests arrived. He had already finished reading the book before the book club meeting. He had already finished reading the book before the book club meeting. We had already planned our itinerary for the vacation. We had already planned our itinerary for the vacation. She had already purchased the tickets for the concert. She had already purchased the tickets for the concert. They had already chosen the menu for the party. They had already chosen the menu for the party. He had already spoken to the manager before the meeting. He had already spoken to the manager before the meeting. We had already made reservations for dinner before the show. We had already made reservations for dinner before the show. She had already arranged the flowers before the event. She had already arranged the flowers before the event. They had already set up the equipment before the concert. They had already set up the equipment before the concert. He had already rehearsed the speech before the conference. He had already rehearsed the speech before the conference. She had already packed her suitcase before leaving for the airport. She had already packed her suitcase before leaving for the airport. He had already written the report before the deadline. He had already written the report before the deadline. The concert had already sold out before we could buy tickets. The concert had already sold out before we could buy tickets. We had already walked for an hour before realizing we were lost. We had already walked for an hour before realizing we were lost. She had already visited the museum before the renovation. She had already visited the museum before the renovation. They had already chosen their seats before we arrived at the cinema. They had already chosen their seats before we arrived at the cinema. He had already picked up the groceries before I asked him to. He had already picked up the groceries before I asked him to. She had already taken a shower before getting dressed. She had already taken a shower before getting dressed. He had already fixed the leak before the plumber arrived. He had already fixed the leak before the plumber arrived. She had already packed her backpack before going on the hiking trip. She had already packed her backpack before going on the hiking trip. He had already prepared the presentation before the conference call. He had already prepared the presentation before the conference call. She had already written the script before the rehearsal. She had already written the script before the rehearsal. They had already selected the venue before the wedding invitations were sent. They had already selected the venue before the wedding invitations were sent. The restaurant had already closed the kitchen before we placed our order. The restaurant had already closed the kitchen before we placed our order. We had already visited the beach before the storm hit. We had already visited the beach before the storm hit. She had already packed the picnic basket before we went to the park. She had already packed the picnic basket before we went to the park. They had already chosen the costumes before the Halloween party. They had already chosen the costumes before the Halloween party. He had already sent the email before the deadline. He had already sent the email before the deadline. The museum exhibit had already closed before we got there. The museum exhibit had already closed before we got there. She had already arranged the flowers before the bridal shower. She had already arranged the flowers before the bridal shower. They had already completed the scavenger hunt before we arrived. They had already completed the scavenger hunt before we arrived. He had already picked up the rental car before the road trip. He had already picked up the rental car before the road trip. She had already chosen the outfit before the job interview. She had already chosen the outfit before the job interview. We had already booked the spa appointments before the girls' weekend. We had already booked the spa appointments before the girls' weekend. She had already baked the cake before the birthday party. She had already baked the cake before the birthday party. They had already arranged the furniture before we moved in. They had already arranged the furniture before we moved in. He had already made the bed before I came into the room. He had already made the bed before I came into the room. The gym had already closed before we finished our workout. The gym had already closed before we finished our workout. We had already cleaned the house before the guests arrived. We had already cleaned the house before the guests arrived. She had already planned the itinerary before the family vacation. She had already planned the itinerary before the family vacation. He had already ordered the supplies before the project started. He had already ordered the supplies before the project started. Prerequisite. Prerequisite. Meaning, something that must exist or happen before something else can exist or happen. Something that must exist or happen before something else can exist or happen. A sense of humour is a prerequisite to understanding her work. A sense of humour is a prerequisite to understanding her work. Tendency. Tendency. Meaning, if there is a tendency for something to happen, it is likely to happen or it often happens. If there is a tendency for something to happen, it is likely to happen or it often happens. This material has a tendency to shrink when washed. This material has a tendency to shrink when washed. Dilemma. Dilemma. A situation in which a difficult choice has to be made between two different things you could do. A situation in which a difficult choice has to be made between two different things you could do. She was in a dilemma whether to stay at school or get a job. She was in a dilemma
whether to stay at school or get a job. Resilience. Resilience. Meaning, the ability to be happy and successful again after something difficult or bad has happened. The ability to be happy and successful again after something difficult or bad has happened. His greatest strengths are his determination and resilience. His greatest strengths are his determination and resilience. Acclaimed. Acclaimed. Meaning, attracting public approval and praise. Attracting public approval and praise. The book has been widely acclaimed by teachers and pupils. The book has been widely acclaimed by teachers and pupils. Emulate. Emulate. Meaning, to copy something achieved by someone else and try to do it as well as they have. To copy something achieved by someone else and try to do it as well as they have. You must work hard to emulate your brother's success. You must work hard to emulate your brother's success. Lucrative. Lucrative. Meaning, earning or producing a lot of money. Earning or producing a lot of money. He decided to turn his hobby into a lucrative sideline. He decided to turn his hobby into a lucrative sideline. Counteract. Counteract. Meaning, to reduce or remove the effect of something unwanted by producing an opposite effect. To reduce or remove the effect of something unwanted by producing an opposite effect. Drinking a lot of water can counteract the dehydrating effects of hot weather. Drinking a lot of water can counteract the dehydrating effects of hot weather. Inevitable. Inevitable. Meaning, certain to happen and unable to be avoided or prevented. Certain to happen and unable to be avoided or prevented. It was inevitable that there would be job losses. It was inevitable that there would be job losses. Expertise. Expertise. Meaning, a high level of knowledge or skill. A high level of knowledge or skill. Customers will be impressed by the expertise of our highly trained employees. Customers will be impressed by the expertise of our highly trained employees. Mutual. Mutual. Meaning, of two or more people or groups feeling the same emotion or doing the same thing to or for each other. Of two or more people or groups feeling the same emotion or doing the same thing to or for each other. We met each other through a mutual friend. We met each other through a mutual friend. Spectrum. Spectrum. Meaning, a range of objects, ideas,
or opinions. A range of objects, ideas, or opinions. A wide spectrum of opinion was represented at the meeting. A wide spectrum of opinion was represented at the meeting. Canny, meaning thinking quickly and cleverly, especially in business or financial matters. Thinking quickly and cleverly, especially in business or financial matters. He was canny enough to see that they were trying to trap him. He was canny enough to see that they were trying to trap him. Restraint, meaning calm and controlled behaviour. Calm and controlled behaviour. She showed admirable restraint and refused to be provoked. She showed admirable restraint and refused to be provoked. Accordingly, meaning in a way that is suitable or right for the situation. In a way that is suitable or right for the situation. When we receive your instructions, we shall act accordingly. When we receive your instructions, we shall act accordingly. Backlog, meaning a large number of things that you should have done before and must do now. A large number of things that you should have done before and must do now. We are faced with a backlog of orders we can't deal with. We are faced with a backlog of orders we can't deal with. Flounder, meaning to experience great difficulties or be completely unable to decide what to do or say next. To experience great difficulties or be completely unable to decide what to do or say next. It's such a pity that his career was left to flounder. It's such a pity that his career was left to flounder. Grasp, meaning to understand something, especially something difficult. To understand something, especially something difficult. I think I managed to grasp the main points of the lecture. I think I managed to grasp the main points of the lecture. Theoretical, meaning based on the ideas that relate to a subject, not the practical uses of that subject. Based on the ideas that relate to a subject, not the practical uses of that subject. She has theoretical knowledge of teaching, but no practical experience. She has theoretical knowledge of teaching, but no practical experience. Ironically, meaning in a way that is interesting, strange, or funny because of being very different from what you would expect. In a way that is interesting, strange, or funny because of being very different from what you would expect. Ironically, his cold got better on the last day of his holiday. Ironically, his cold got better on the last day of his holiday. Fiasco. Fiasco. Meaning, something planned that goes wrong and is a complete failure, usually in an embarrassing way. Something planned that goes wrong and is a complete failure, usually in an embarrassing way. Who do we have to thank for this fiasco? Who do we have to thank for this fiasco? Portray. Portray. Meaning, to represent or describe someone or something in a painting, film, book, or other artistic work. To represent or describe someone or something in a painting, film, book, or other artistic work. He has worked hard in recent months to portray New York in a better light. He has worked hard in recent months to portray New York in a better light. Integral. Integral. Meaning, necessary and important as a part of a whole. Necessary and important as a part of a whole. He's an integral part of the team and we can't do without him. He's an integral part of the team and we can't do without him. Amplify. Amplify. Meaning, to increase the size or effect of something. To increase the size or effect of something. We must amplify our effort by working much harder. We must amplify our effort by working much harder. Straightforward. Straightforward. Meaning, easy to understand or simple. Easy to understand or simple. The instructions seem fairly straightforward. The instructions seem fairly straightforward. Deterrent. Deterrent. Meaning, a thing that discourages or is intended to discourage someone from doing something. A thing that discourages or is intended to discourage someone from doing something. Hopefully, his punishment will act as a deterrent to others. Hopefully, his punishment will act as a deterrent to others. Sneaky. Sneaky. Meaning, doing things in a secret and unfair way. Doing things in a secret and unfair way. His sneaky behaviour aroused our suspicion. His sneaky behaviour aroused our suspicion. Unprecedented. Unprecedented. Meaning, never having happened or existed in the past. Never having happened or existed in the past. Crime has increased on an unprecedented scale. Crime has increased on an unprecedented scale. Fallacy. Fallacy. meaning an idea that a lot of people think is true but is in fact false. An idea that a lot of people think is true but is in fact false. It's a fallacy to suppose that wealth brings happiness. It's a fallacy to suppose that wealth brings happiness. Misconception. Misconception. Meaning an idea that is wrong because it has been based on a failure to understand a situation. An idea that is wrong because it has been based on a failure to understand a situation. There is a popular misconception that too much exercise is bad for you. There is a popular misconception that too much exercise is bad for you. Conscientious. Conscientious. Meaning putting a lot of effort into your work. Putting a lot of effort into your work. She's very thorough and conscientious. She's very thorough and conscientious. Perspective. Perspective. Meaning a particular way of considering something. A particular way of considering something. Her attitude lends a fresh perspective to the subject. Her attitude lends a fresh perspective to the subject. Jargon. Jargon. Meaning special words and phrases that are used by particular groups of people, especially in their work. Special words and phrases that are used by particular groups of people, especially in their work. Can you help me translate this legal jargon into plain English? Can you help me translate this legal jargon into plain English? Notion. Notion. Meaning a belief or idea. A belief or idea. I haven't the faintest notion how to get there. I haven't the faintest notion how to get there. Premise. Premise. Meaning an idea or theory on which a statement or action is based. An idea or theory on which a statement or action is based. The basic premise is that they think they know better than anyone else. The basic premise is that they think they know better than anyone else. Scrutiny. Scrutiny. Meaning the careful and detailed examination of something in order to get information about it. The careful and detailed examination of something in order to get information about it. His argument simply doesn't stand up to close scrutiny. His argument simply doesn't stand up to close scrutiny. Confrontational. Confrontational. Meaning behaving in an angry or unfriendly way that is likely to cause an argument. Behaving in an angry or unfriendly way that is likely to cause an argument. Some are worried that her confrontational style will upset
her staff. Some are worried that her confrontational style will upset her staff. Accessible. Accessible. Meaning able to be reached or easily obtained. Able to be reached or easily obtained. The beach should be accessible to everyone. The beach should be accessible to everyone. Dispel. Dispel. Meaning to remove fears, doubts, and false ideas, usually by proving them wrong or unnecessary. To remove fears, doubts, and false ideas, usually by proving them wrong or unnecessary. The government has moved to dispel the rumours. The government has moved to dispel the rumours. Intimidating. Intimidating. Meaning making you feel frightened or nervous. Making you feel frightened or nervous. She can be very intimidating when she's angry. She can be very intimidating when she's angry. Sufficient. Sufficient. Meaning enough for a particular purpose. Enough for a particular purpose. We need sufficient time to deal with the problem. We need sufficient time to deal with the problem. Detrimental. Detrimental. Meaning causing harm or damage. Causing harm or damage. Their decision could be detrimental to the future of the company. Their decision could be detrimental to the future of the company. Tireless. Tireless. Meaning working energetically and continuously. Working energetically and continuously. She has been a tireless peace activist for many years. She has been a tireless peace activist for many years. Bias. Bias. Meaning the action of supporting or opposing a particular person or thing in an unfair way because of allowing personal opinions to influence your judgment. The action of supporting or opposing a particular person or thing in an unfair way because of allowing personal opinions to influence your judgment. Journalists must be impartial and not show political bias. Journalists must be impartial and not show political bias. Reinforcement. Reinforcement. Meaning the act of making something stronger. The act of making something stronger. The bridge needs some structural reinforcement. The bridge needs some structural reinforcement. Erode. Erode. Meaning to slowly reduce or destroy something. To slowly reduce or destroy something. High interest rates can gradually erode profit margins. High interest rates can gradually erode profit margins. permeate, permeate, meaning to spread through something and be present in every part of it. To spread through something and be present in every part of it. Eventually, the water will permeate through the surrounding concrete. Eventually, the water will permeate through the surrounding concrete. Mundane, mundane, meaning very ordinary and therefore not interesting. Very ordinary and therefore not interesting. I lead a pretty mundane life. Nothing interesting ever happens to me. I lead a pretty mundane life. Nothing interesting ever happens to me. Viable, viable, meaning able to work as intended or able to succeed. Able to work as intended or able to succeed. The factory is no longer economically viable. The factory is no longer economically viable. Initiative, initiative, meaning a new plan or process to achieve something or solve a problem. A new plan or process to achieve something or solve a problem. The peace initiative was welcomed by both sides. The peace initiative was welcomed by both sides. Stifle, stifle, meaning to prevent something from happening, being expressed or continued. To prevent something from happening, being expressed or continuing. I don't know how I managed to stifle my anger. I don't know how I managed to stifle my anger. Impetus, impetus, meaning something that encourages a particular activity or makes that activity more energetic or effective. Something that encourages a particular activity or makes that activity more energetic or effective. The discovery gave fresh impetus to the research. The discovery gave fresh impetus to the research. Unfold, unfold, meaning if a situation or story unfolds, it develops or becomes clear to other people. If a situation or story unfolds, it develops or becomes clear to other people. The audience watched the story unfold before their eyes. The audience watched the story unfold before their eyes. Kudos, kudos, meaning the public admiration that a person receives as a result of a particular achievement or position in society. The public admiration that a person receives as a result of a particular achievement or position in society. Employees enjoy the kudos that the job brings as much as the financial rewards. Employees enjoy the kudos that the job brings as much as the financial rewards. Tangible, tangible, meaning real and not imaginary, able to be shown, touched, or experienced. Real and not imaginary, able to be shown, touched, or experienced. We cannot accept his findings without tangible evidence. We cannot accept his findings without tangible evidence. Speculation, speculation, meaning the activity of guessing possible answers to a question without having enough information to be certain. The activity of guessing possible answers to a question without having enough information to be certain. His private life is the subject of much speculation. His private life is the subject of much speculation. Ambience, ambience, meaning the character of a place or the quality it seems to have. The character of a place or the quality it seems to have. The little beach hotel has a pleasant ambience. The little beach hotel has a pleasant ambience. Intricate, intricate, meaning having a lot of small parts that are arranged in a complicated or delicate way. Having a lot of small parts that are arranged in a complicated or delicate way. The watch mechanism is extremely intricate and very difficult to repair. The watch mechanism is extremely intricate and very difficult to repair. Daunting, daunting, meaning making you feel slightly frightened or worried about your ability to achieve something. Making you feel slightly frightened or worried about your ability to achieve something. Starting a new job can be a daunting prospect. Starting a new job can be a daunting prospect. Quirky, quirky, meaning unusual in an attractive and interesting way. Unusual in an attractive and interesting way. I like his quirky sense of humour. I like his quirky sense of humour. Perceptive, perceptive, meaning very good at noticing and understanding things that many people do not notice. Very good at noticing and understanding things that many people do not notice. It was very perceptive of you to notice that. It was very perceptive of you to notice that. Foresight, foresight, meaning the ability to judge correctly what is going to happen in the future and plan your actions based on this knowledge. The ability to judge correctly what is going to happen in the future and plan your actions based on this knowledge. They had the foresight to invest in new technology. They had the foresight to invest in new technology. Relish, relish, meaning to like or enjoy something. To like or enjoy something. I don't relish the thought of you walking home alone. I don't relish the thought of you walking home alone. Privileged. Privileged, meaning having special rights, advantages, or immunities. Having special rights, advantages, or immunities. As an ambassador, she enjoys a very privileged status. As an ambassador, she enjoys a very privileged status. Fraught. Fraught, meaning causing or having extreme worry or anxiety. Causing or having extreme worry or anxiety. The atmosphere in the office is rather fraught. The atmosphere in the office is rather fraught. Allure. Allure, meaning the quality of being attractive, interesting, or exciting. The quality of being attractive, interesting, or exciting. The allure of the moonlit swimming pool proved too much for him. The allure of the moonlit swimming pool proved too much for him. Irrelevance. Irrelevance, meaning the fact that something is not related to what is being discussed or considered and therefore not important, or an example of this. The fact that something is not related to what is being discussed or considered and therefore not important, or an example of this. The irrelevance of his answer puzzled the audience. The irrelevance of his answer puzzled the audience. Exacerbate. Exacerbate, meaning to make something that is already bad even worse. To make something that is already bad even worse. I don't want to exacerbate the situation. I don't want to exacerbate the situation. Potent. Potent, meaning very powerful, forceful, or effective. Very powerful, forceful, or effective. Body language is a potent form of non-verbal communication. Body language is a potent form of non-verbal communication. Intrinsic. Intrinsic, meaning being an extremely important and basic characteristic of a person or thing. Being an extremely important and basic characteristic of a person or thing. Small local shops are intrinsic to the town's character. Small local shops are intrinsic to the town's character. Unwind. Unwind, meaning to relax and allow your mind to be free from worry after a period of work or some other activity that has made you worried. To relax and allow your mind to be free from worry after a period of work or some other activity that has made you worried. After a hard day's work, it's good to unwind. After a hard day's work, it's good to unwind. Essence. Essence. Meaning, the basic or most important idea or quality of something. The basic or most important idea or quality of something. The essence of his argument was that education should continue throughout life. The essence of his argument was that education should continue throughout life. Preconceived. Preconceived. Meaning, of an idea or an opinion, formed too early, especially without enough thought or knowledge. Of an idea or an opinion, formed too early, especially without enough thought or knowledge. We started from scratch with no preconceived ideas. We started from scratch with no preconceived ideas. Unorthodox. Unorthodox. Meaning, different from what is usual or expected in behaviour, ideas, or methods. Different from what is usual or expected in behaviour, ideas, or methods. Her unorthodox views tend to attract controversy. Her unorthodox views tend to attract controversy. Disposable. Disposable. Meaning, something that is intended to be thrown away after use. Something that is intended to be thrown away after use. The use of disposable products is considered ecologically unsound. The use of disposable products is considered ecologically unsound. Skeptic. Skeptic. Meaning, a person who doubts the truth or value of an idea or belief. A person who doubts the truth or value of an idea or belief. She is a skeptic about the dangers of global warming. She is a skeptic about the dangers of global warming. Clientele. Clientele. Meaning, all the customers of a business when they are considered as a group. All the customers of a business when they are considered as a group. The restaurant attracts a young clientele. The restaurant attracts a young clientele. Enhance. Enhance. Meaning, to improve the quality, amount, or strength of something. To improve the quality, amount, or strength of something. The company is trying to enhance its cash flow. The company is trying to enhance its cash flow. Stamina. Stamina. Meaning, the physical and or mental strength to do something that might be difficult and will take a long time. The physical and or mental strength to do something that might be difficult and will take a long time. He didn't have the stamina to complete the course. He didn't have the stamina to complete the course. Banter, banter, meaning conversation that is funny and not serious. Conversation that is funny and not serious. She engages in friendly banter with her customers. She engages in friendly banter with her customers. Upheaval, upheaval, meaning a great change, especially causing or involving much difficulty, activity, or trouble. A great change, especially causing or involving much difficulty, activity, or trouble. I can't face the upheaval of moving house again. I can't face the upheaval of moving house again. Dismantle, dismantle, meaning to take a machine apart or to come apart into separate pieces. To take a machine apart or to come apart into separate pieces. I had to dismantle the engine in order to repair it. I had to dismantle the engine in order to repair it. Pioneering, pioneering, meaning using ideas and methods that have never been used before. Using ideas and methods that have never been used before. The school has won awards for its pioneering work with the community. The school has won awards for its pioneering work with the community. Embody, embody, meaning to represent a quality or an idea exactly. To represent a quality or an idea exactly. He seemed to embody good sportsmanship. He seemed to embody good sportsmanship. Perseverance, perseverance, meaning continued effort to do or achieve something, even when this is difficult or takes a long time. Continued effort to do or achieve something, even when this is difficult or takes a long time. After months of disappointment, his perseverance was finally rewarded. After months of disappointment, his perseverance was finally rewarded. Stagger, stagger, meaning to walk or move with difficulty as if you are going to fall. To walk or move with difficulty as if you are going to fall. He managed to stagger home. He managed to stagger home. Barrage, barrage, meaning a great number of complaints, criticisms, or questions suddenly directed at someone. A great number of complaints, criticisms, or questions suddenly directed at someone. The TV station has received a barrage of complaints about the recent news coverage. The TV station has received a barrage of complaints about the recent news coverage. Residue, residue, meaning The part that is left after the main part has gone or been taken away, or a substance that remains after a chemical process such as evaporation. The part that is left after the main part has gone or been taken away, or a substance that remains after a chemical process such as evaporation. There is a green residue at the bottom of the test tube. There is a green residue at the bottom of the test tube. Afoot, afoot, meaning happening or being planned or prepared. Happening or being planned or prepared. There's something afoot here, but I don't know what it is. There's something afoot here, but I don't know what it is. Wary, wary, meaning not completely trusting or certain about something or someone. Not completely trusting or certain about something or someone. She was wary of getting involved with him. She was wary of getting involved with him. Ingenuity, ingenuity, meaning someone's ability to think of clever new ways of doing something. Someone's ability to think of clever new ways of doing something. We are looking for someone with ingenuity and imagination. We are looking for someone with ingenuity and imagination. Baggy, baggy, meaning of clothes, hanging loosely because of being too big or having been stretched. Of clothes, hanging loosely because of being too big or having been stretched. She was wearing jeans and a baggy t-shirt. She was wearing jeans and a baggy t-shirt. Rigorous, rigorous, meaning careful to look at or consider every part of something to make certain it is correct or safe. Careful to look at or consider every part of something to make certain it is correct or safe. The planes have to undergo rigorous safety checks. The planes have to undergo rigorous safety checks. Credentials, credentials, meaning the abilities and experience that make someone suitable for a particular job or activity, or proof of someone's abilities and experience. The abilities and experience that make someone suitable for a particular job or activity, or proof of someone's abilities and experience. All the candidates had excellent academic credentials. All the candidates had excellent academic credentials. Hoard, hoard, meaning to collect large amounts of something and keep it for yourself, often in a secret place. To collect large amounts of something and keep it for yourself, often in a secret place. I like to hoard chocolate underneath my bed. I like to hoard chocolate underneath my bed. choosy, choosy, meaning difficult to please because you are very exact about what you like. Difficult to please because you are very exact about what you like. She's very choosy about what she eats and drinks. She's very choosy about what she eats and drinks. Friction, friction, meaning disagreement or unfriendliness caused by people having different opinions. Disagreement or unfriendliness caused by people having different opinions. There's a lot of friction between my brother and my mother. There's a lot of friction between my brother and my mother. Transparency, transparency, meaning the quality of being done in an open way without secrets. The quality of being done in an open way without secrets. We want more transparency in government. We want more transparency in government. Replenish, replenish, meaning to fill something up again. To fill something up again. Let me replenish your glass with some more wine. Let me replenish your glass with some more wine. Oscillate, oscillate, meaning if you oscillate between feelings or opinions, you change repeatedly from one to the other. If you oscillate between feelings or opinions, you change repeatedly from one to the other. My emotions oscillate between desperation and hope. My emotions oscillate between desperation and hope. What do you like to do in your free time? I like to go swimming and take long walks in the countryside. What do you do for a living? I work as a receptionist in an office. What do you want to eat for dinner? I would like a chicken salad with a glass of lemonade. What do you think about the latest news? I couldn't believe it when I heard it. What do you think of this outfit? It's lovely. It really suits you. What do you think is the meaning of life? I believe the meaning of life is to find true happiness. What do you consider your greatest accomplishment? I think my greatest accomplishment is when I became a qualified tennis coach. What do you think of the current political situation? To be honest, I don't know enough information to say anything about it. What do you do to stay fit? I go to the gym 5 times a week and I try to stay away from junk food. What do you think about social media? I think it has good points and bad points. Just be careful when using it. What do you do to relax? Sit on the couch and watch TV. What do you think about climate change?
That's a big question. I think climate change is a real problem. We all need to help, even if it's just a little. What do you like to read? I like to read books on crime heists and thrillers. They are my favourite. What do you think about artificial intelligence? It's becoming part of everyday life, and it's fascinating to see it develop. Imagine what it will be like in 20 years. What do you think about the current education system? I think it's good, but I personally think it needs updating. We need new visions and ideas to take education to another level. What do you think about the current state of the world? We need to look after our world as we only get one, so let's protect it and be happy. What do you think about renewable energy? We need to spend money to invest in renewable energy, especially solar and wind energy. We should be using these sources to help our planet. What do you want to accomplish in the next year? I would like to finally get a promotion at work and start building for my future. What do you like to do when you're travelling? I like to sample the local cuisine and visit areas of natural beauty. What do you think about working from home? To be honest, I find working from home quite hard, as I lack the motivation to get my tasks finished. What do you like to watch on TV? I love watching anything about animals, especially elephants. What do you like to listen to? I like listening to all types of music. My favourite is country music. What do you think about the healthcare system? I think the healthcare system is fantastic as it provides a service everyone needs. What do you want to achieve in life? My goal is to be happy in life. It would be nice to achieve success in my work, but happiness is the goal. What do you think about the entertainment industry? There are parts I like and parts I dislike, like most things in life. I enjoy watching films and listening to music. What do you like to do with your friends? I like playing golf and going out for dinner with my friends. What do you think about the current state of technology? Technology is growing at such a fast pace that it would be crazy to see what it will be like in 30 years. What do you like to do when you're feeling down? I like to go to the gym or play some form of sport to get my blood pumping. It makes me feel better every time. What do you think about the future of space exploration? I think it's exciting to think that we could explore more of our solar system and find things that could blow our minds. What do you think about the use of technology in education? Technology in education is fantastic and with both industries working side by side, it can only help people grow as individuals. What do you like to do when you're bored? When I'm bored, I like to get into the kitchen and start cooking. I like to get creative with the ingredients that are in my cupboards. What do you want for your birthday? All I want is one thing, and that's a huge chocolate cake with candles. What do you like to do on the weekends? On the weekends, I like to spend time with my family and friends. What do you think about the future of medicine? Hopefully, we can find cures for all diseases. That would be amazing. What do you think about the current state of the music industry? With platforms like YouTube and Spotify, the current state of the music industry is great and so easily accessible for everyone. What do you like to do in your spare time? In my spare time, I tend to just relax and watch television. I don't seem to get much spare time. What do you think about the role of sports in society? I think sports in society are very important as they teach individuals about rules, manners, teamwork, and ethics, which are vital components of everyday life. What do you like to do when you're stressed? Reading and taking long walks calm me down when I'm stressed. What do you think about the future of the internet? The internet will continue to grow massively over the next 10 years. Also, I think security on the internet will become stronger, allowing users to feel more safe. What do you like to do when you're happy? Great question. I love to dance, go to the beach, play tennis, and chat with friends. Must have is a modal verb used to express a deduction or conclusion about a past event or situation. It suggests that something was almost certainly true or likely to have happened based on the evidence or circumstances available. Here are 50 example sentences. You must have a valid passport to travel internationally. You must have a valid passport to travel internationally. You must have a driver's license to operate a vehicle. You must have a driver's license to operate a vehicle. He must have arrived early to secure a good seat. He must have arrived early to secure a good seat. She must have been excited about her new job. She must have been excited about her new job. They must have left their wallets at home. They must have left their wallets at home. I must have misplaced my phone somewhere. I must have misplaced my phone somewhere. You must have studied hard to pass that exam. You must have studied hard to pass that exam. He must have been exhausted after working all day. He must have been exhausted after working all day. She must have forgotten about our lunch date. She must have forgotten about our lunch date. They must have been surprised by the sudden news. They must have been surprised by the sudden news. I must have misunderstood what he said. I must have misunderstood what he said. You must have a permit to fish in this lake. You must have a permit to fish in this lake. He must have been the one who stole the money. He must have been the one who stole the money. She must have been practicing her singing for hours. She must have been practicing her singing for hours. They must have taken a wrong turn on the way to the airport. They must have taken a wrong turn on the way to the airport. I must have left my keys in the car. I must have left my keys in the car. You must have patience when dealing with difficult people. You must have patience when dealing with difficult people. He must have been happy to see his old friend again. He must have been happy to see his old friend again. She must have regretted not taking the job offer. She must have regretted not taking the job offer. They must have been worried about their safety during the storm. They must have been worried about their safety during the storm. I must have been daydreaming during the meeting. I must have been daydreaming during the meeting. You must have good communication skills to succeed in this job. You must have good communication skills to succeed in this job. He must have saved up a lot of money to buy that car. He must have saved up a lot of money to buy that car. She must have been upset by his rude comment. She must have been upset by his rude comment. They must have enjoyed their vacation in Hawaii. They must have enjoyed their vacation in Hawaii. I must have missed the memo about the new policy. I must have missed the memo about the new policy. You must have a healthy diet to maintain your weight. You must have a healthy diet to maintain your weight. He must have been nervous before the big game. He must have been nervous before the big game. She must have been relieved when the surgery was successful. She must have been relieved when the surgery was successful. I must have dropped my phone on the street. I must have dropped my phone on the street. You must have a reliable source of income to pay your bills. You must have a reliable source of income to pay your bills. He must have been a skilled craftsman to make such a beautiful piece. He must have been a skilled craftsman to make such a beautiful piece. She must have been thrilled when she won the lottery. She must have been thrilled when she won the lottery. They must have taken the wrong train to the city. They must have taken the wrong train to the city. I must have forgotten to lock the door before leaving. I must have forgotten to lock the door before leaving. You must have strong willpower to quit smoking. You must have strong willpower to quit smoking. He must have been excited to start his own business. He must have been excited to start his own business. She must have been heartbroken when her cat died. She must have been heartbroken when her cat died. They must have been caught in traffic on their way to the concert. They must have been caught in traffic on their way to the concert. I must have left my umbrella at the office. I must have left my umbrella at the office. You must have good organizational skills to manage your time effectively. You must have good organizational skills to manage your time effectively. He must have been impressed by her intelligence and wit. He must have been impressed by her intelligence and wit. She must have been surprised by the birthday party her friends threw for her. She must have been surprised by the birthday party her friends threw for her. I must have spilled coffee on my shirt. I must have spilled coffee on my shirt. You must have a positive attitude to overcome obstacles. You must have a positive attitude to overcome obstacles. He must have been determined to climb that mountain. He must have been determined to climb that mountain. She must have been amazed by the breathtaking view from the top. She must have been amazed by the breathtaking view from the top. You must have a strong work ethic to succeed in this industry. You must have a strong work ethic to succeed in this industry. He must have been grateful for his supportive family and friends. He must have been grateful for his supportive family and friends. She must have been inspired by the motivational speaker. She must have been inspired by the motivational speaker. They must have been shocked by the news of the earthquake. They must have been shocked by the news of the earthquake. I must have left my wallet at the restaurant. I must have left my wallet at the restaurant. You must have good problem-solving skills to tackle complex issues. You must have good problem-solving skills to tackle complex issues. He must have been skilled in negotiation to close the deal. He must have been skilled in negotiation to close the deal. They must have been impressed by the high-quality service at the hotel. They must have been impressed by the high-quality service at the hotel. I must have forgotten to buy milk at the grocery store. I must have forgotten to buy milk at the grocery store. You must have discipline to stick to your fitness routine. You must have discipline to stick to your fitness routine. He must have been talented to play the piano so beautifully. He must have been talented to play the piano so beautifully. She must have been busy with work to miss our dinner plans. She must have been busy with work to miss our dinner plans. They must have been frightened by the sound of thunder during the storm. They must have been frightened by the sound of thunder during the storm. I must have left my jacket at the movie theatre. I must have left my jacket at the movie theatre. You must have a clear vision of your goals to achieve them. You must have a clear vision of your goals to achieve them. He must have been passionate about his research topic. He must have been passionate about his research topic. She must have been ecstatic when her book got published. She must have been ecstatic when her book got published. They must have been annoyed by the loud music from the party next door. They must have been annoyed by the loud music from the party next door. I must have forgotten my password to access my email account. I must have forgotten my password to access my email account. You must have a solid financial plan to save for retirement. You must have a solid financial plan to save for retirement. He must have been compassionate to help the homeless man on the street. He must have been compassionate to help the homeless man on the street. She must have been touched by the romantic gesture from her partner. She must have been touched by the romantic gesture from her partner. They must have been concerned about the environmental impact of the construction project. They must have been concerned about the environmental impact of the construction project. I must have accidentally deleted the important document from my computer. I must have accidentally deleted the important document from my computer. You must have good interpersonal skills to build relationships with others. You must have good interpersonal skills to build relationships with others. He must have been excited to adopt a rescue dog from the shelter. He must have been excited to adopt a rescue dog from the shelter. She must have been impressed by the artwork at the museum. She must have been impressed by the artwork at the museum. They must have been elated when their favourite sports team won the championship. They must have been elated when their favourite sports team won the championship. Might have is a modal verb that is used to express possibility or uncertainty about past events or situations. It is often used when the speaker is not sure about something that may have happened in the past, or when there are several possible explanations for what might have happened. Here are 50 example sentences. She might have forgotten about our lunch appointment. She might have forgotten about our lunch appointment. He might have left his phone at home. He might have left his phone at home. They might have taken a different route to avoid traffic. They might have taken a different route to avoid traffic. I might have missed the email with the meeting details. I might have missed the email with the meeting details. You might have misunderstood what he meant. You might have misunderstood what he meant. He might have overslept and missed his flight. He might have overslept and missed his flight. She might have been sick and unable to come to work. She might have been sick and unable to come to work. They might have decided to cancel the trip due to bad weather. They might have decided to cancel the trip due to bad weather. I might have left my umbrella at the coffee shop. I might have left my umbrella at the coffee shop. You might have hurt his feelings with your comment. You might have hurt his feelings with your comment. He might have been nervous before the interview. He might have been nervous before the interview. She might have been surprised by the unexpected gift. She might have been surprised by the unexpected gift. They might have lost their luggage during the trip. They might have lost their luggage during the trip. I might have accidentally deleted the important file from my computer. I might have accidentally deleted the important file from my computer. You might have left the keys in the car. You might have left the keys in the car. He might have forgotten his wife's birthday. He might have forgotten his wife's birthday. She might have been too busy to respond to your message. She might have been too busy to respond to your message. They might have decided to go to a different restaurant. They might have decided to go to a different restaurant. I might have missed the last train home. I might have missed the last train home. You might have mistaken him for someone else. You might have mistaken him for someone else. He might have been late due to traffic. He might have been late due to traffic. She might have been worried about her sick pet. She might have been worried about her sick pet. They might have gone to the wrong theatre by mistake. They might have gone to the wrong theatre by mistake. I might have left my wallet in the taxi. I might have left my wallet in the taxi. You might have accidentally deleted the email from your boss. You might have accidentally deleted the email from your boss. He might have missed the deadline for the project. He might have missed the deadline for the project. She might have been confused by the instructions. She might have been confused by the instructions. They might have had a change of plans and decided to stay in town. They might have had a change of plans and decided to stay in town. I might have forgotten to turn off the oven before leaving the house. I might have forgotten to turn off the oven before leaving the house. You might have been too tired to attend the event. You might have been too tired to attend the event. He might have been impressed by the new technology. He might have been impressed by the new technology. She might have been disappointed by the outcome of the game. She might have been disappointed by the outcome of the game. They might have missed the connecting flight to their destination. They might have missed the connecting flight to their destination. I might have left my phone in the office. I might have left my phone in the office. You might have been distracted and not paying attention. You might have been distracted and not paying attention. He might have been excited about the new job offer. He might have been excited about the new job offer. She might have been upset by the negative feedback. She might have been upset by the negative feedback. They might have changed their minds about the vacation destination. They might have changed their minds about the vacation destination. I might have misplaced the important document. I might have misplaced the important document. You might have missed the sign and taken the wrong exit. You might have missed the sign and taken the wrong exit. He might have been confused about the project requirements. He might have been confused about the project requirements. She might have been surprised by the unexpected visitor. She might have been surprised by the unexpected visitor. They might have decided to postpone the wedding due to personal reasons. They might have decided to postpone the wedding due to personal reasons. I might have left my laptop on the airplane. I might have left my laptop on the airplane. You might have been too busy to reply to the message. You might have been too busy to reply to the message. He might have forgotten to bring the necessary equipment to the event. He might have forgotten to bring the necessary equipment to the event. She might have been impressed by the talented performer. She might have been impressed by the talented performer. I might have left my jacket in the restaurant. I might have left my jacket in the restaurant. You might have been unsure about the decision to make. You might have been unsure about the decision to make. He might have been worried about the upcoming exam. He might have been worried about the upcoming exam. She might have been frustrated by the slow internet connection. She might have been frustrated by the slow internet connection. They might have opted for a different method of transportation to get to the event. They might have opted for a different method of transportation to get to the event. I might have deleted the wrong file by mistake. I might have deleted the wrong file by mistake. You might have been unaware of the change in the schedule. You might have been unaware of the change in the schedule. He might have been surprised by the generous gift. He might have been surprised by the generous gift. She might have been tired after a long day at work. She might have been tired after a long day at work. They might have lost track of time and missed the show. They might have lost track of time and missed the show. I might have left my book in the library. I might have left my book in the library. You might have been caught in traffic and arrived late. You might have been caught in traffic and arrived late. He might have been anxious about the public speaking engagement. He might have been anxious about the public speaking engagement. They might have decided to postpone the project due to budget constraints. They might have decided to postpone the project due to budget constraints. I might have forgotten to lock the door before leaving the house. I might have forgotten to lock the door before leaving the house. You might have missed the meeting invitation in your spam folder. You might have missed the meeting invitation in your spam folder. He might have been surprised by the unexpected promotion. He might have been surprised by the unexpected promotion. She might have been annoyed by the loud music from the neighbour's party. She might have been annoyed by the loud music from the neighbour's party. They might have chosen a different restaurant because of the long wait. They might have chosen a different restaurant because of the long wait. I might have accidentally spilled coffee on my shirt. I might have accidentally spilled coffee on my shirt. You might have misunderstood the instructions and made a mistake. You might have misunderstood the instructions and made a mistake. He might have been distracted by the noisy construction outside. He might have been distracted by the noisy construction outside. She might have been impressed by the beautiful flowers in the garden. She might have been impressed by the beautiful flowers in the garden. I might have left my sunglasses in the car. I might have left my sunglasses in the car. You might have forgotten to save the changes to the document. You might have forgotten to save the changes to the document. He might have been frustrated by the slow progress of the project. He might have been frustrated by the slow progress of the project. She might have been surprised by the thoughtful gesture from her friend. She might have been surprised by the thoughtful gesture from her friend. They might have chosen a different hotel because of the bad reviews. They might have chosen a different hotel because of the bad reviews. Rely on. Rely on. Meaning, to trust or have faith in someone or something. To trust or have faith in someone or something. You should rely on your own judgment. You should rely on your own judgment. Let on. Let on. Meaning, to tell other people about something that you know, especially when it is a secret. To tell other people about something that you know, especially when it is a secret. She never let on that she had met him. She never let on that she had met him. Count on. Count on. Meaning, to be confident that you can depend on someone. To be confident that you can depend on someone. I can always count on you to cheer me up. I can always count on you to cheer me up. Pick on. Pick on. Meaning, to treat someone unfairly by blaming, criticizing, or punishing them. To treat someone unfairly by blaming, criticizing, or punishing them. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Why don't you pick on someone your own size? Get on. Get on. Meaning, to have a good relationship. To have a good relationship. It's important that you get on with your colleagues. It's important that you get on with your colleagues. Build on. Build on. Meaning, to use a success or achievement as a base from which to achieve more success. To use a success or achievement as a base from which to achieve more success. We must build on our reputation to expand the business. We must build on our reputation to expand the business. Decide on. Decide on. Meaning, to choose something or someone after careful thought. To choose something or someone after careful thought. Let's put our heads together and decide on a plan of action. Let's put our heads together and decide on a plan of action. Try on. Try on. meaning to put on a piece of clothing to discover if it fits you or if you like it. To put on a piece of clothing to discover if it fits you or if you like it. Why don't you try on my sunglasses? Why don't you try on my sunglasses? Go on. Go on. Meaning to continue. To continue. We really can't go on living like this. We'll have to find a bigger house. We really can't go on living like this. We'll have to find a bigger house. Check on. Check on. Meaning to look at someone or something in order to make sure that they are safe or correct. To look at someone or something in order to make sure that they are safe or correct. He decided to check on things at the warehouse. He decided to check on things at the warehouse. Hang on. Hang on. Meaning to wait for a short time. To wait for a short time. Sally's on the other phone. Would you like to hang on? Sally's on the other phone. Would you like to hang on? Stand on. Stand on. Meaning set one's foot down on top of something. Set one's foot down on top of something. She had to stand on her tiptoes to reach the top shelf. She had to stand on her tiptoes to reach the top shelf. Switch on. Switch on. Meaning to make a machine or piece of equipment start working by pressing a switch. To make a machine or piece of equipment start working by pressing a switch. Let them dry overnight before you switch on the heat again. Let them dry overnight before you switch on the heat again. Through on. Through on. Meaning to put on a piece of clothing quickly. To put on a piece of clothing quickly. She just threw on the first skirt she found. She just threw on the first skirt she found. Take on. Take on. Meaning to accept a particular job or responsibility. To accept a particular job or responsibility. I don't feel ready to take on new responsibilities. I don't feel ready to take on new responsibilities. Chew on. Chew on. Meaning to think about something. To think about something. This documentary certainly offers much to chew on. This documentary certainly offers much to chew on. Start off. Start off. Meaning, begin to travel or move. Begin to travel or move. We'll start off by doing some warm-up exercises. We'll start off by doing some warm-up exercises. Put off. Put off. Meaning, to decide or arrange to delay an event or activity until a later time or date. To decide or arrange to delay an event or activity until a later time or date. The meeting has been put off for a week. The meeting has been put off for a week. Take off. Take off. Meaning, to remove something, especially clothes. To remove something, especially clothes. Take off that jacket, you're dripping wet. Take off that jacket, you're dripping wet. Nod off. Nod off. Meaning, to begin sleeping, especially not intentionally. To begin sleeping, especially not intentionally. I often nod off for a little while after lunch. I often nod off for a little while after lunch. Stop off. Stop off. Meaning, to visit or stay at a place for a short time when you are going somewhere else. To visit or stay at a place for a short time when you are going somewhere else. I'll stop off at the shops on my way home and get some cheese. I'll stop off at the shops on my way home and get some cheese. Give off. Give off. Meaning, to produce heat, light, a smell, or a gas. To produce heat, light, a smell, or a gas. That tiny radiator doesn't give off much heat. That tiny radiator doesn't give off much heat. Break off. Break off. Meaning, remove something from a larger unit or whole. Remove something from a larger unit or whole. Could you break off some chocolate cake for me? Could you break off some chocolate cake for me? Head off. Head off. Meaning, to start a journey or leave a place. To start a journey or leave a place. It's important that we head off now, or we will miss our flight. It's important that we head off now, or we will miss our flight. Call off. Call off. Meaning, cancel an event or agreement. Cancel an event or agreement. It rained so much that they had to call off the football game. It rained so much that they had to call off the football game. Show off. Show off. Meaning, to behave in a way that is intended to attract attention or admiration and that other people often find annoying. To behave in a way that is intended to attract attention or admiration and that other people often find annoying. She only bought that car to show off and prove she could afford one. She only bought that car to show off and prove she could afford one. Live off. Live off. Meaning, to use someone or something to provide the money or food that you need to live. To use someone or something to provide the money or food that you need to live. They had learned to live off the land. They had learned to live off the land. Drop off. Drop off. Meaning, to take someone or something to a particular place, usually by car, as you travel to a different place. To take someone or something to a particular place, usually by car, as you travel to a different place. Could you drop off the kids on your way to work? Could you drop off the kids on your way to work? Sell off. Sell off. Meaning, to charge a low price for something to encourage people to buy it. To charge a low price for something to encourage people to buy it. We try to sell off any leftover cakes before we close. We try to sell off any leftover cakes before we close. Made off. Made off. Meaning, to leave quickly, usually in order to escape. To leave quickly, usually in order to escape. They broke in and made off with all the furniture. They broke in and made off with all the furniture. Get off. Get off. Meaning, to leave a place, usually in order to start a journey. To leave a place, usually in order to start a journey. If we can get off by 7 o'clock, the roads will be clearer. If we can get off by 7 o'clock, the roads will be clearer. Switch off. Switch off. Meaning, to make a machine or piece of equipment stop working by pressing a switch. To make a machine or piece of equipment stop working by pressing a switch. Always switch off your computer when you've finished. Always switch off your computer when you've finished. Set off. Set off. Meaning, Begin a journey. Begin a journey. The sun was already up when they set off. The sun was already up when they set off. Doze off. Doze off. Meaning, if you doze off, you start to sleep, especially during the day. If you doze off, you start to sleep, especially during the day. I was just beginning to doze off when the telephone rang. I was just beginning to doze off when the telephone rang. Finish off. Finish off. Meaning, to complete the last part of something that you are doing. To complete the last part of something that you are doing. I want to finish off this book before I go to bed. I want to finish off this book before I go to bed. Could you come and see me tomorrow? Could you come and see me tomorrow? Could you do me a favour? Could you do me a favour? Could you call a taxi for me? Could you call a taxi for me? Could you tell me when to get off? Could you tell me when to get off? Could you turn the television down? Could you turn the television down? Could you give me some advice on what to do next? Could you give me some advice on what to do next? Could you mend this hole in my shirt? Could you mend this hole in my shirt? Could you pass the sugar, please? Could you pass the sugar, please? Could you remind Paul about dinner on Saturday? Could you remind Paul about dinner on Saturday? Could you tell me what time it is now? Could you tell me what time it is now? Could you recommend a good restaurant near here? Could you recommend a good restaurant near here? Could you hold my bag for me? Could you hold my bag for me? Could you clarify 1 or 2 points for me? Could you clarify 1 or 2 points for me? Could you please clean up the living room? Could you please clean up the living room? Could you help me get a job? Could you help me get a job? Could you tell me where the train station is? Could you tell me where the train station is? Could you explain why you came to this conclusion? Could you explain why you came to this conclusion? Could you tell me when the library opens? Could you tell me when the library opens? Could you get the report to me by next Wednesday, please? Could you get the report to me by next Wednesday, please? Could you move all that stuff off the table? Could you move all that stuff off the table? Could you put these eggs in the fridge? Could you put these eggs in the fridge? Could you reorder more of this fabric? Could you reorder more of this fabric? Could you ask him to call me back? Could you ask him to call me back? Could you pay it back next week? Could you pay it back next week? Could you take us to the nearest hospital? Could you take us to the nearest hospital? Is there anything else that you'd like? Is there anything else that you'd like? Is there any way I could come back tomorrow? Is there any way I could come back tomorrow? Is there enough room for me? Is there enough room for me? Is there much noise from the neighbours? Is there much noise from the neighbours? Is there intelligent life on other planets? Is there intelligent life on other planets? Is there any advantage to getting there early? Is there any advantage to getting there early? Is there a post office near here? Is there a post office near here? Is there any chance of getting tickets for tonight? Is there any chance of getting tickets for tonight? Is there anything in that box? Is there anything in that box? Is there any means of contacting him? Is there any means of contacting him? Is there any money left in the budget? Is there any money left in the budget? Is there a football match on this afternoon? Is there a football match on this afternoon? Is there a cinema in this part of town? Is there a cinema in this part of town? Is there a hairdryer in the room? Is there a hairdryer in the room? Is there much in the way of nightlife around here? Is there much in the way of nightlife around here? Is there a way you could tell him? Is there a way you could tell him? Is there an earlier appointment? Is there an earlier appointment? Is there any money under the couch? Is there any money under the couch? Is there a direct train to Paris? Is there a direct train to Paris? Is there any way of getting my money back? Is there any way of getting my money back? Is there something else you want? Is there something else you want? Is there another way we could do it? Is there another way we could do it? Is there anywhere I could rent a car from? Is there anywhere I could rent a car from? Is there any chance of him coming? Is there any chance of him coming? Is there a changing room? Is there a changing room? Are we too late to get tickets? Are we too late to get tickets? Are we all agreed on this? Are we all agreed on this? Are we on the right road? Are we on the right road? Are we allowed to park here? Are we allowed to park here? Are we going out tonight? Are we going out tonight? Are we happy with the situation? Are we happy with the situation? Are we allowed to take drinks into the cinema? Are we allowed to take drinks into the cinema? Are we going to take off as scheduled? Are we going to take off as scheduled? Are we going to call it quits? Are we going to call it quits? Are we going in the right direction? Are we going in the right direction? Are we doing enough to protect the environment? Are we doing enough to protect the environment? Are we walking or taking the train? Are we walking or taking the train? Are we going to eat at that Italian restaurant or not? Are we going to eat at that Italian restaurant or not? Are we both working the same shift tomorrow? Are we both working the same shift tomorrow? Are we waiting for her? Are we waiting for her? Are we going to buy a guidebook? Are we going to buy a guidebook? Are we going to celebrate passing your exams? Are we going to celebrate passing your exams? Are we eating out tonight? Are we eating out tonight? Are we going on holiday in the summer? Are we going on holiday in the summer? Are we having dessert? Are we having dessert? Are we all packed and ready to go? Are we all packed and ready to go? Are we likely to gain anything by going out? Are we likely to gain anything by going out? Are we going to bother? Are we going to bother? Are we ready to go? Are we ready to go? Are we going to have another meeting? Are we going to have another meeting? What is she like as a person? What is she like as a person? What is your recipe for success? What is your recipe for success? What is the best way
to do it? What is the best way to do it? What is the best course of action we can take? What is the best course of action we can take? What is the price of this table? What is the price of this table? What is the penalty for dangerous driving? What is the penalty for dangerous driving? What is your idea of perfect happiness? What is your idea of perfect happiness? What is he so angry about? What is he so angry about? What is the significance of this symbol? What is the significance of this symbol? What is the purpose of the meeting? What is the purpose of the meeting? What is your favourite chocolate bar? What is your favourite chocolate bar? What is the best method of payment? What is the best method of payment? What is your explanation for being late? What is your explanation for being late? What is he doing calling at this time of night? What is he doing calling at this time of night? What is your connection with the school? What is your connection with the school? What is your date of birth? What is your date of birth? What is the price of this? What is the price of this? What is the value of your house? What is the value of your house? What is the point you are trying to make? What is the point you are trying to make? What is the reason for your long silence? What is the reason for your long silence? What is it that makes this technique superior? What is it that makes this technique superior? What is going on here? What is going on here? What is the problem? What is the problem? What is the best way to get from here to the police station? What is the best way to get from here to the police station? What is the meaning of life? What is the meaning of life? Life long. Lifelong. Her lifelong dream was to be a famous writer. Her lifelong dream was to be a famous writer. Key, hole, keyhole. I could see daylight through the keyhole. I could see daylight through the keyhole. Team, work, teamwork. We want to encourage good teamwork and communication. We want to encourage good teamwork and communication.
news, paper, newspaper. Have you got a copy of yesterday's newspaper? Have you got a copy of yesterday's newspaper? Baby, sitter, babysitter. It can be difficult to find a good babysitter. It can be difficult to find a good babysitter. Fire, place, fireplace. There was a fire burning in the large fireplace. There was a fire burning in the large fireplace. Keep, sake, keepsake. This is just a little keepsake for your birthday. This is just a little keepsake for your birthday. Brain, storm, brainstorm. Employees get together and brainstorm ideas. Employees get together and brainstorm ideas. Pan, cake, pancake. Spread some of the filling over each pancake. Spread some of the filling over each pancake. Jelly, fish, jellyfish. Some types of jellyfish have a powerful sting. Some types of jellyfish have a powerful sting. Any, thing, anything. The expert in anything was once a beginner. The expert in anything was once a beginner. Rain, bow, rainbow. The rainbow formed a beautiful arc in the sky. The rainbow formed a beautiful arc in the sky. Tooth, brush, toothbrush. My toothbrush has blue and white plastic bristles. My toothbrush has blue and white plastic bristles. Cup, cake, cupcake. I would like a chocolate cupcake, please. I would like a chocolate cupcake, please. Cross, word, crossword. I like to sit down and do a crossword. I like to sit down and do a crossword. Butter, fly, butterfly. A caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. A caterpillar transforms into a butterfly. Lip, stick, lipstick. She combed her hair and put on some lipstick. She combed her hair and put on some lipstick. Note, pad, notepad. Please bring a pencil and a notepad with you. Please bring a pencil and a notepad with you. Sun, flower, sunflower. He carefully looked after his sunflower plants all summer. He carefully looked after his sunflower plants all summer. Snow, man, snowman. Let's build a snowman before all the snow melts. Let's build a snowman before all the snow melts. Night, fall, nightfall. You should cross the lake before nightfall. You should cross the lake before nightfall. Ear, ring, earring. I found one earring. Do you know where the other one is? I found one earring. Do you know where the other one is? Door, bell, doorbell. I rang the doorbell, but no one came. I rang the doorbell, but no one came. Milk, shake, milkshake. Why don't you drink your milkshake through a straw? Why don't you drink your milkshake through a straw? Skate, board, skateboard. David fell off his skateboard and broke his arm. David fell off his skateboard and broke his arm. Waist, coat, waistcoat. I bought a new waistcoat yesterday and I absolutely love it. I bought a new waistcoat yesterday and I absolutely love it. Arm, chair, armchair. She settled down in an armchair to watch television. She settled down in an armchair to watch television. Sun, bathe, sunbathe. I like to sunbathe in the morning when the sun is not so hot. I like to sunbathe in the morning when the sun is not so hot. Every, thing, everything. I tried to write down everything he said. I tried to write down everything he said. Sun, glasses, sunglasses. Sunglasses are much more than a fashion accessory. Sunglasses are much more than a fashion accessory. Moon, light, moonlight. They walked along the road in the moonlight. They walked along the road in the moonlight. Eye, brow, eyebrow. He raised one eyebrow in a meaningful way. He raised one eyebrow in a meaningful way. Proof, read, proofread. Proofread your work and correct any mistakes you find. Proofread your work and correct any mistakes you find. Sauce, pan, saucepan. Cook the potatoes and turnips in a large saucepan. Cook the potatoes and turnips in a large saucepan. Work, place, workplace. An overcrowded workplace can be a major source of stress. An overcrowded workplace can be a major source of stress. Body, guard, bodyguard. Maybe you should hire a bodyguard. Maybe you should hire a bodyguard. Care, taker, caretaker. The caretaker opens up the school every morning at 7. The caretaker opens up the school every morning at 7. Dead, line, deadline. We just managed to make the deadline. We just managed to make the deadline. Pony, tail, ponytail. When she's working, she wears her hair in a ponytail. When she's working, she wears her hair in a ponytail. Snow, flake, snowflake. A single snowflake landed on her nose. A single snowflake landed on her nose. Pass, port, passport. May I see your passport, please? May I see your passport, please? Some, where, somewhere. I've got a feeling I've seen him before somewhere. I've got a feeling I've seen him before somewhere. Under, age, underage. There are laws against underage drinking. There are laws against underage drinking. Wall, paper, wallpaper. Remove the old wallpaper and fill any holes in the walls. Remove the old wallpaper and fill any holes in the walls. Pop, corn, popcorn. I like to eat popcorn when I am watching TV. I like to eat popcorn when I am watching TV. Dish, cloth, dishcloth. I need a new dishcloth as the old one is filthy. I need a new dishcloth as the old one is filthy. Good, bye, goodbye. He kissed me goodbye and got on the bus. He kissed me goodbye and got on
the bus. Sound, proof, soundproof. My bedroom is completely soundproof. My bedroom is completely soundproof. Rail, road, railroad. The railroad workers have asked for a wage increase. The railroad workers have asked for a wage increase. House, hold, household. Leaflets have been delivered to every household. Leaflets have been delivered to every household. Day, dream, daydream. Boys and girls daydream about what they want to be. Boys and girls daydream about what they want to be. Back, stage, backstage. I was taken backstage to meet the actors. I was taken backstage to meet the actors. Hair, cut, haircut. It's been nearly 3 months since my last haircut. It's been nearly 3 months since my last haircut. Fire, fighter, firefighter. He wants to be a firefighter when he grows up. He wants to be a firefighter when he grows up. Sky, scraper, skyscraper. Another skyscraper is getting built in the city. Another skyscraper is getting built in the city. Rain, coat, raincoat. She took off her raincoat before entering the room. She took off her raincoat before entering the room. After, noon, afternoon. The children spent the afternoon playing in the garden. The children spent the afternoon playing in the garden. Book, worm, bookworm. I was a real bookworm when I was a child. I was a real bookworm when I was a child. Hand, made, handmade. All our goods are handmade and we use only natural materials. All our goods are handmade and we use only natural materials. In, land, inland. Seabirds often come inland to find food. Seabirds often come inland to find food. Life, guard, lifeguard. During the summer, she worked as a lifeguard. During the summer, she worked as a lifeguard. with, out, without. He left the house without saying goodbye. He left the house without saying goodbye. Card, board, cardboard. There were cardboard boxes stuffed full of clothes. There were cardboard boxes stuffed full of clothes. Pay, off, pay off. We expected more of a payoff for all our hard work. We expected more of a payoff for all our hard work. Key, board, keyboard. The keyboard plugs in at the back of the computer. The keyboard plugs in at the back of the computer. I, witness, eyewitness. One eyewitness said he saw her talking to a man in a blue car. One eyewitness said he saw her talking to a man in a blue car. Day, time, daytime. The park is open during the daytime throughout the summer. The park is open during the daytime throughout the summer. Water, melon, watermelon. I bought a watermelon and some peaches. I bought a watermelon and some peaches. Arm, pit, armpit. She was carrying her handbag under her armpit when I saw her. She was carrying her handbag under her armpit when I saw her. Water, fall, waterfall. Let's have our picnic by the waterfall. Let's have our picnic by the waterfall. Candle, light, candlelight. She was reading a book by candlelight. She was reading a book by candlelight. Bank, note, banknote. The watermark on the banknote is to prevent forgery. The watermark on the banknote is to prevent forgery. Else, where, elsewhere. If the restaurant is full, we can go elsewhere. If the restaurant is full, we can go elsewhere. Sea, food, seafood. There's an excellent seafood restaurant near here. There's an excellent seafood restaurant near here. Up, stairs, upstairs. I can hear somebody moving about upstairs. I can hear somebody moving about upstairs. Thunder, storm, thunderstorm.
There was a spectacular thunderstorm last night. There was a spectacular thunderstorm last night. Bath, room, bathroom. We revamped our bathroom last month. We revamped our bathroom last month. Text, book, textbook. The boy forgot where he put his textbook. The boy forgot where he put his textbook. Sun, rise, sunrise. There was a beautiful sunrise this morning. There was a beautiful sunrise this morning. Boy, friend, boyfriend. She brought her boyfriend to the party. She brought her boyfriend to the party. Girl, friend, girlfriend. I've never met his girlfriend. I've never met his girlfriend. Back, ache, backache. My mother suffers from backache. My mother suffers from backache. Finger, print, fingerprint. The fingerprint expert was asked to testify at the trial. The fingerprint expert was asked to testify at the trial. Heart, beat, heartbeat. Her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. My, self, myself. I cut myself on a piece of broken glass. I cut myself on a piece of broken glass. Photo, copy, photocopy. I'll just make a photocopy of the agreement. I'll just make a photocopy of the agreement. Week, end, weekend. Are you doing anything over the weekend? Are you doing anything over the weekend? Back, ground, background. The job would suit someone with a business background. The job would suit someone with a business background. Hall, way, hallway. The door opened onto a lighted hallway. The door opened onto a lighted hallway. Camp, fire, campfire. Find some dry sticks and we'll make a campfire. Find some dry sticks and we'll make a campfire. Bed, room, bedroom. They converted the spare bedroom into an office. They converted the spare bedroom into an office. Book, case,
Bookcase. The bookcase can easily be assembled with a screwdriver. The bookcase can easily be assembled with a screwdriver. Door, step, doorstep. He saw a stranger standing at the doorstep. He saw a stranger standing at the doorstep. Your, self, yourself. You are not old enough to go swimming by yourself. You are not old enough to go swimming by yourself. Any, where, anywhere. An accident can happen anywhere and at any time. An accident can happen anywhere and at any time. Type, writer, typewriter. He still works on an old manual typewriter. He still works on an old manual typewriter. Over, come, overcome. They had to overcome formidable obstacles. They had to overcome formidable obstacles. Dish, washer, dishwasher. We bought a dishwasher to make life easier. We bought a dishwasher to make life easier. Along, side, alongside. New pedestrian pathways are being built alongside the road. New pedestrian pathways are being built alongside the road. Foot, ball, football. Today's football match is France versus Brazil. Today's football match is France versus Brazil.
I'm going to spend the weekend just relaxing. I'm going to spend the weekend just relaxing. I'm going to drive and then take the train. I'm going to drive and then take the train. I'm going to have another cup of coffee. I'm going to have another cup of coffee. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going to take a shower. I'm going for a beer with David tonight. I'm going for a beer with David tonight. I'm going to be a little late. I'm going to be a little late. I'm going to get married next year. I'm going to get married next year. I'm going out for a bit. I'll see you later. I'm going out for a bit. I'll see you later. I'm going to apply for a new job next month. I'm going to apply for a new job next month. I'm going to the dentist this afternoon. I'm going to the dentist this afternoon. I'm going to make a pizza. I'm going to make a pizza. I'm going to Cuba next April. I'm going to Cuba next April. I'm going to report you to our boss. I'm going to report you to our boss. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to meet her at the station. I'm going to meet her at the station. I'm going to the aquarium, but I can't find the way. I'm going to the aquarium, but I can't find the way. I'm going to tell the police. I'm going to tell the police. I'm going to buy a new sofa this weekend. I'm going to buy a new sofa this weekend. I'm going to change the way I think. I'm going to change the way I think. I'm going to the theatre tonight. I'm going to the theatre tonight. I'm going to the shops after the meeting. I'm going to the shops after the meeting. I'm going to book the holiday for next month. I'm going to book the holiday for next month. I'm going to look at a new house on Thursday. I'm going to look at a new house on Thursday. I'm going to need some time to rest. I'm going to need some time to rest. I'm going to discuss it with my family. I'm going to discuss it with my family. I'd like you to meet my parents. I'd like you to meet my parents. I'd like to visit Japan someday. I'd like to visit Japan someday. I'd like to ask you something. I'd like to ask you something. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the subject. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the subject. I'd like to rent a car, please. I'd like to rent a car, please. I'd like to see you again sometime. I'd like to see you again sometime. I'd like to know the reason why you're so late. I'd like to know the reason why you're so late. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. I'd like you to clean out your room before Chris comes to stay. I'd like you to clean out your room before Chris comes to stay. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind. I'd like to reschedule the meeting. I'd like to reschedule the meeting. I'd like to try on that blue wool coat. I'd like to try on that blue wool coat. I'd like to make an appointment with the doctor. I'd like to make an appointment with the doctor. I'd like to transfer some money. I'd like to transfer some money. I'd like to get these clothes washed. I'd like to get these clothes washed. I'd like to get to the opticians today. I'd like to get to the opticians today. I'd like to buy some new pillows for my bed. I'd like to buy some new pillows for my bed. I'd like to change my internet provider. I'd like to change my internet provider. I'd like to think about it first. I'd like to think about it first. I'd like 3 oranges, 2 lemons, and 6 green apples. I'd like 3 oranges, 2 lemons, and 6 green apples. I'd like a new coat for the winter. I'd like a new coat for the winter. I'd like to buy a present for my next door neighbour. I'd like to buy a present for my next door neighbour. I'd like to go shopping in New York someday. I'd like to go shopping in New York someday. I'd like some vanilla ice cream, please. I'd like some vanilla ice cream, please. I'd like to eat outside tonight as the weather is nice. I'd like to eat outside tonight as the weather is nice. I thought you were someone else. I thought you were someone else. I thought someone came into the bedroom, but it was just a dream. I thought someone came into the bedroom, but it was just a dream. I thought you were hard of hearing. I thought you were hard of hearing. I thought you wanted a slice of pizza, not a cheeseburger. I thought you wanted a slice of pizza, not a cheeseburger. I thought about it long and hard. I thought about it long and hard. I thought you were going to the bar to get some drinks. I thought you were going to the bar to get some drinks. I thought she said she would be here. I thought she said she would be here. I thought you were mocking me. I thought you were mocking me. I thought she would change after we got married. I thought she would change after we got married. I thought she might be interested in Paula's proposal. I thought she might be interested in Paula's proposal. I thought the whole idea was just foolish. I thought the whole idea was just foolish. I thought you were taking the bus to the office. I thought you were taking the bus to the office. I thought you said you were ill. I thought you said you were ill. I thought I had lost the letter forever. I thought I had lost the letter forever. I thought you two were married. I thought you two were married. I thought of you immediately. I thought of you immediately. I thought I should ask your opinion. I thought I should ask your opinion. I thought about both of you last night. I thought about both of you last night. I thought about buying a new car. I thought about buying a new car. I thought I could get away with it. I thought I could get away with it. I thought I heard something. My ears must have been playing tricks on me. I thought I heard something. My ears must have been playing tricks on me. I thought I was having hallucinations. I thought I was having hallucinations. I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea. I thought he was honest, but I was wrong. I thought he was honest, but I was wrong. I thought she argued her case very well. I thought she argued her case very well. I might go along to the party later. I might go along to the party later. I might arrive a bit late, so could you save me a place? I might arrive a bit late, so could you save me a place? I might come, I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I might come, I'll see how I feel tomorrow. I might expose my real feelings for her. I might expose my real feelings for her. I might be related to him. I might be related to him. I might be a few minutes late. I might be a few minutes late. I might have left my wallet at your house. I might have left my wallet at your house. I might go swimming at the weekend. I might go swimming at the weekend. I might want to sit down and eat a hamburger there. I might want to sit down and eat a hamburger there. I might not bother going out tonight. I might not bother going out tonight. I might be able to ask my father for a loan. I might be able to ask my father for a loan. I might have known he'd still be in bed at noon. I might have known he'd still be in bed at noon. I might be offered a contract. I might be offered a contract. I might change my mind about becoming a vet. I might change my mind about becoming a vet. I might take a little nap. I might take a little nap. I might eat something before we go out. I might eat something before we go out. I might persuade him to do the job. I might persuade him to do the job. I might have a sandwich. I might have a sandwich. I might not have a job next year, which is a bit troubling. I might not have a job next year, which is a bit troubling. I might need some help with the project. I might need some help with the project. I might go home and go to bed. I might go home and go to bed. I might be wrong, but I'm not sure. I might be wrong, but I'm not sure. I might just take my time. I might just take my time. I might have known you would take that attitude. I might have known you would take that attitude. I might be bored if we go there. I might be bored if we go there.
I can't believe this. Mike, have you seen my keys? I swear I had them when I left the house. The third time this week, Tom. Where did you last remember having them? I had them when I locked my apartment door. Then I went to the grocery shop, and then... Oh no, I must have left them at the cafe. The cafe we went to this morning. You were pretty distracted on that call. Yeah, I was talking to my boss about that project. But I can't keep losing things like this. It's driving me nuts. Maybe you need one of those key finder gadgets. Attach it to your keys and use your phone to track them. I think I need one for everything I own. My keys, my phone, my mind. Well, I can't help you with the last one. But seriously, retrace your steps. Did you buy anything at the shop? Yeah, I bought some apples and milk. Oh, and I chatted with Mr. Henderson at the checkout. Did you put your keys down while talking to him? You know how he loves a good story. Maybe he was telling me about his cat's new diet. I might have put them on the counter. But I checked my pockets before I left the shop. And you didn't hear any jingling? No, but I was carrying so many bags.
they could have slipped out. Or maybe they're in one of the grocery bags. Let's go through your bags then. Start with the apples and milk. Here are the apples and the milk. Found them. They were at the bottom, under the apples. Classic Tom. Always hiding things in plain sight. Thanks, Mike. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably be locked out of your apartment permanently. Probably. Hey, how about I buy you lunch as a thank you? Tempting. But only if you promise to keep track of your wallet this time. Deal. Now, let's get out of here before I lose something else. I'll hold you to that. Let's go before the universe throws another curveball our way. Thanks for being my lifesaver, Mike. Onward to lunch and hopefully a less chaotic day. With you, Tom, every day is an adventure. Let's make it a good one. Ben, did you see the news this morning? News? You know me, Alex. If it's not about hiking trails or fishing spots, I probably missed it. What's going on? You won't believe it. They finally confirmed the existence of a second Earth-like planet in a nearby star system. Really? That's pretty cool. So, when do we move? Not anytime soon. It's about 10 light years away. But the fact that it has similar conditions to Earth is mind-blowing. They're calling it Earth 2.0. Earth 2.0, huh? What does that mean for us? It opens up so many possibilities. Imagine finding signs of life or even future human colonization. The tech they used to discover it is cutting edge too, using next-gen telescopes and AI. You and your tech stuff. But hey, if we find aliens, maybe they'll have better hiking spots. That's the spirit. Speaking of hiking, did you hear about the new national park opening up next month? A new national park? Now that's news I can get behind. Where is it? It's in the Rockies. They're calling it Green Ridge National Park, supposed to have some of the most pristine landscapes and diverse wildlife in the country. That sounds amazing. We have to plan a trip. Think of the trails and the views. Absolutely. But back to the space stuff for a sec. Imagine if we could actually visit Earth 2.0 one day. Would you go? Depends. Are there good fishing spots? With your luck, you'd be the first to find alien fish. But seriously, think of the adventure. A whole new world to explore. It does sound like an epic adventure. maybe one day. But for now, I'll stick to exploring this Earth. So, when are we hitting Green Ridge? How about next month? Give us time to prepare and get the best gear. Perfect. I'll start planning our route. And who knows, maybe by the time we're back, there'll be more news about Earth 2.0. Sounds like a plan. Here's to new adventures on this planet and beyond. Cheers to that, and next time, maybe I'll actually catch the news first. David, you won't believe the shopping trip I've planned for us today. Shopping trip? You know I'm not big on fashion, Chris. What's the plan? Trust me, this will be fun. We're hitting up the new fashion district in the city. It's not just about clothes, it's an experience. An experience, huh? What makes it so special? For starters, they've got these pop-up shops from designers all over the world. And there's this one shop where you can design your own trainers. How cool is that? Designing my own trainers? Okay, you've got my attention. But you know I'm not the best at picking out clothes. That's why I'm here. I'll help you find stuff that suits your style. Plus, there's this vintage shop I've been dying to check out. They've got some amazing pieces from the 70s and 80s. All right, I'm in. But if I end up looking like a disco ball, it's on you. Deal. And don't worry, I'll make sure you look great. Oh, and there's this cafe in the district that's supposed to have the best pastries. We can take a break there. Now you're speaking my language. Pastries and coffee. I'm sold. So what's first on the agenda? First, we hit the pop-up shops. There's one by this Japanese designer who makes these incredible jackets. Then we head to the trainer shop to unleash our inner designers. Inner designers? More like my inner confused guy. But hey, I'll give it a shot. What's next? After that, we check out the vintage shop. You'll be surprised what gems you can find. And finally, we wrap up with some coffee and pastries. Sound good? Sounds like a plan. I'm ready for this adventure. But if I end up spending all of my money, I'm blaming you. You won't regret it. Plus, think of all the compliments you'll get in your new threads. All right, let's do this. Lead the way, fashion guru. Hey, Tom, guess what? You're finally going to meet my sister this weekend. Your sister? I didn't even know you had a sister, Mark. You've been holding out on me. Yeah,
I guess I don't talk about her much. Her name's Lisa. She's been away for a while, travelling and working overseas. But she's back in town and we're having a small get together at my place. Sounds interesting. So, what's Lisa like? She's great, super smart, really adventurous. She's been to more countries than I can count. And she's got a wicked sense of humour. I think you two will get along. Adventurous and a sense of humour? I'm intrigued. What kind of adventures are we talking about? All kinds. She's hiked the Inca Trail, backpacked through Southeast Asia, and even spent a few months working on a vineyard in Italy. She's got stories for days. Wow, she sounds amazing. So, what's the plan for the get together? We're keeping it simple. Just a barbecue at my place. A few friends, some good food, and lots of catching up. I figured it would be a good way for everyone to get to know her. Sounds perfect. I'm looking forward to it. Any tips on what not to say or do? Don't want to make a bad first impression. Just be yourself, man. She's pretty laid back. Although maybe avoid any debates about travel. She's got some strong opinions. Got it. No travel debates. I think I can handle that. So, what time should I come over? Around 5 p.m. should be good. Gives us plenty of time to eat and chat. Oh, and one more thing. She's a bit of a foodie, so prepare for some gourmet grilling. Gourmet grilling, huh? I'll make sure to bring my A game. Maybe I'll whip up a batch of my famous chili. Yes, she'll love that. Just don't make it too spicy. She's tough, but she's not invincible. Noted. I'll tone it down a bit. This is going to be fun, Mark. Thanks for inviting me. Of course, Tom. I've been wanting you to meet Lisa for ages. You two are my favourite people, after all. Ah, you're making me blush. I'll see you at 5 then. Can't wait to hear some of those travel stories. Michael, guess what? I've managed to snag tickets to the art auction happening in the city this weekend. An art auction? That sounds intriguing. What made you interested in going? Oh, you wouldn't believe the pieces they have up for bidding. From classic paintings to contemporary sculptures. It's a treasure trove for art lovers like us. That does sound fascinating. But aren't auctions just for the elite? I'm not sure if I'd fit in. Nonsense. Anyone can attend. It's not just about buying art. It's about appreciating it. Plus, it's a great way to learn about different artists and art movements. I guess I could learn a thing or two. So, how does it work exactly? Do we need paddle numbers or something? Yup, you register for a paddle number when you arrive. That's how you bid on the items you're interested in. But don't worry, we can start by just observing and getting a feel for the atmosphere. What kind of pieces are you hoping to see? Well, I've heard they have a few Picasso sketches up for auction, and there's this contemporary artist I've been following. His work is so unique. I'm really hoping to see one of his pieces in person. Picasso and contemporary art. You've got high standards, my friend. I'll have to step up my art game. No pressure, Michael. It's all about enjoying the experience. Who knows, you might find something you love that surprises you. True, I've always had a soft spot for Renaissance art. Maybe I'll find a hidden gem from that era. That's the spirit, and who knows, if something catches your eye, you might end up bidding on it. Bid on art? That sounds like a dangerous game. It can be, but it's also exhilarating. Just imagine the rush of winning a bid and taking home a piece of history. I suppose it would be a unique experience. All right, count me in. Let's see what this auction has to offer. Hey, Sam, check out these new shoes I just got. New shoes, huh? Let's see them. Ta-da! What do you think? They're the latest style from that high-end brand everyone's talking about. They look sharp, Jack. Definitely stylish. But aren't those the ones with the crazy price tag? Yeah, but you know me. I can't resist a good pair of shoes, especially when they're this sleek. I'll never understand your obsession with shoes, Jack. I mean, they're just shoes, right? Just shoes? Sam, you're breaking my heart. Shoes are more than just footwear. They're an expression of style and personality. All right, all right. No need to get defensive. I just prefer practicality over style, you know? Fair enough. But admit it, these shoes would look killer with your new suit. Well, when you put it that way, maybe I should invest in a good pair of shoes. But not ones that break the bank like yours. I'll keep that in mind. So, what kind of shoes are you thinking of getting? Something versatile, I guess. Maybe a pair of classic loafers or stylish trainers that I can wear with anything. Good choice. You can't go wrong with classics. I can help you pick out a pair if you want. We'll find something that suits your style without emptying your wallet. Thanks, Jack. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll become a shoe enthusiast like you one day. One can only hope. But until then, let's go find you some killer trainers. Lead the way, fashion guru. I'm ready to up my shoe game. Hey, Mike, can I pick your brain about something work related? Sure thing, Tom. What's on your mind? Well, you know how I've been working on that project for the past few months. It's been going okay, but lately I feel like I'm hitting a wall. I just can't seem to make any progress. Ah, hitting a plateau happens to the best of us. What specifically is causing you trouble? It's mostly the creative aspect. I feel like I've exhausted all my ideas and I'm not sure how to inject some fresh energy into the project. I see. Have you tried taking a step back and looking at the project from a different angle? Sometimes a change in perspective can spark new ideas. That's a good point. Maybe I've been too focused on the details and lost sight of the bigger picture. Exactly. And don't be afraid to seek inspiration from other sources. Look at what similar projects or industries are doing. You might find some ideas you can adapt or build upon. That makes sense. I'll definitely do some research and see if I can find any inspiration outside of my usual sources. And don't forget to leverage your network. Reach out to colleagues or mentors who have experience in this area. They might offer valuable insights or advice that could help you break through the wall. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate the advice. I've been feeling a bit lost lately, but talking to you has given me some clarity on how to move forward. Anytime, Tom. We've all been there at some point in our careers. The important thing is to keep pushing forward and not let setbacks hold you back. I won't. I'll take your advice to heart and tackle this project head on. Who knows, maybe I'll come out the other side with something even better than I imagined. That's the spirit. And if you ever need someone to bounce ideas off or vent to, you know where to find me. Thanks, Mike. I'll definitely take you up on that offer. Now, let's get back to work and show this project who's boss. Cheers to that, Tom. We've got this. Hey, Matt. I've got the perfect idea for this weekend. We should go on a road trip. A road trip? Where to, Jake? You know I'm not big
on last-minute plans? Trust me, you'll love it. We'll head up to the mountains to do some hiking, maybe even camp out under the stars. I don't know, Jake. The mountains can be pretty unpredictable this time of year. What if we get caught in bad weather? Don't worry, I've checked the forecast. It's going to be clear skies all weekend. Plus think of the adventure. Just you, me, and the great outdoors. I have to admit, it does sound tempting. But what about work? And all the stuff we have to do around the house? Forget about work and chores for a weekend, Matt. Think of it as a mini holiday, a chance to recharge and escape the daily grind. I suppose a break from routine wouldn't hurt. But what about food and accommodation? We can't just wing it, can we? That's the best part. We'll pack some snacks and camping gear, and we can rough it out in nature. It'll be like old times, just the two of us against the wilderness. Old times, huh? You mean the time we got lost in the woods for hours and had to be rescued by park rangers? Okay, maybe not exactly like old times. But this time, I promise we'll stick to the trails and bring a map. All right, I'm in. But on one condition. No getting lost this time. Deal. I'll make sure we stay on track. So, what do you say? Ready for an epic weekend adventure? Ready as I'll ever be, Jake. Let's make some memories. Hey, Ben, guess what? It's party time this weekend. Party time? What's the occasion, Alex? No occasion needed, my friend. Just a good old-fashioned party to celebrate life. You never need an excuse to throw a party, do you? So, where's it happening? At my place, of course. I've got the music lined up, drinks stocked, and even some party games planned. It's going to be epic. Sounds like you've got it all sorted out. But are you sure you're ready to handle the clean-up afterwards? That's a problem for the future, Alex. Right now, we're all about having a good time. Fair enough. So, who's on the guest list for this shindig? Oh, you know, the usual suspects. A mix of friends, co-workers, and maybe a few unexpected guests. The more, the merrier. Any special someone you're hoping to impress at this party? Who knows, Ben? Maybe I'll meet my future soulmate on the dance floor. Or maybe I'll just embarrass myself trying to bust out
some moves. Knowing you, it'll probably be a bit of both. But hey, that's what makes your parties so legendary. Damn right. So, are you in? It wouldn't be a party without my trusty wingman by my side. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Alex. Let's do this. But no crazy dance moves this time, okay? Fine, I'll tone it down. But only because you asked nicely. Now, let's get ready to party like it's 1999. Sounds like a plan. Just promise me one thing. No karaoke. We both know how that ends. Hey, my rendition of Living on a Prayer is a classic. But okay, no karaoke. I'll find some other way to entertain the masses. I have no doubt about that. Now, let's get this party started. Yeah, get ready, world. The party of the year is about to begin. I can't wait. Where is that taxi? We've been waiting forever. Relax, Jack. It's only been 5 minutes. The taxi will be here soon. 5 minutes too long, if you ask me. I hate waiting. Why can't taxis be more punctual? Welcome to city life, Jack. Sometimes you just have to roll with the punches. Easy for you to say. You're like a Zen master when it comes to waiting. Meanwhile, I'm ready to tear my hair out. Maybe you should try some deep breathing exercises. Or better yet, distract yourself with something. Like counting how many pigeons are on that rooftop over there. Ha ha, very funny, Tom. You know I can't stand those flying rats. Suit yourself. But hey, why don't we make the most of this time? We could play a game or have a chat. Anything to pass the time. Actually, that's not a bad idea. All right, how about a game of Would You Rather? I'll start. Would you rather spend a week in the jungle with no technology or a week in the Arctic with no warm clothing? Tough choice, but I think I'd go for the jungle. At least I could build a shelter and find food. Good choice. All right, my turn. Would you rather have the ability to fly or be invisible? Definitely fly. Imagine all the places you could go and the things you could see from up in the sky. True. Okay, one more. Would you rather have the ability to teleport anywhere instantly or be able to read minds? I think I'd choose teleportation.
Think of all the time you'd save on commuting. Fair point. All right, looks like the taxi's finally here. Saved by the bell, huh? Indeed. See, Jack? Waiting isn't so bad when you have good company and a little bit of imagination. You're right, Tom. Thanks for keeping me entertained. Now let's get going before I start tapping my foot again. Lead the way, impatient one. Matt, I've got some incredible news to share with you. Oh, what's got you so pumped up, Chris? You remember that job interview I had last week? Well, I just got the call. I got the job. No way, Chris. That's fantastic news. Congratulations, man. Thanks, Matt. I can't believe it. It's like a dream come true. Tell me more about the job. What will you be doing? I'll be working as a digital marketing specialist for this up and coming tech company. They're doing some really cool stuff with AI and machine learning. That sounds like a perfect fit for you, Chris. You've always been passionate about technology and marketing. Exactly. And the best part is they're offering some amazing perks like flexible hours, remote work options, and even a gym membership. Sounds like you hit the jackpot, buddy. I'm happy for you. Thanks, Matt. I couldn't have done it without your support and encouragement. So, when do you start? Next Monday. I can't wait to dive in and start making a difference. It's going to be an exciting journey, Chris. I have no doubt you'll excel in your new role. You bet. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and show them what I'm made of. Just don't forget about us little people when you're rubbing elbows with the bigwigs. Never, Matt. You'll always be my number one hype man. And you'll always be my go-to guy for exciting news and adventure. Deal. Now, how about we celebrate this exciting news with some drinks tonight? Cheers to that, Chris. Here's to new beginnings and endless possibilities. Ah, the sweet smell of freshly brewed coffee. Nothing beats a coffee break, right, Tom? You know it, Jake. Though I have to admit, I'm more of a tea guy myself. Blasphemy. How can you resist the bold flavour and energising kick of a good cup of coffee? It's not that I don't appreciate coffee, Jake. It's just that tea has its own charm. Plus, it's a bit gentler on the stomach. Fair point. To each their own, I suppose. But tell me,
Tom, have you ever tried a cold brew coffee? It's a game changer, I tell you. Cold brew, huh? I've heard of it, but I've never actually tried it. What's so special about it? Oh, where do I even begin? Cold brew coffee is brewed with cold water over an extended period, resulting in a smoother, less acidic taste. It's like the champagne of coffee, Tom. That does sound intriguing. Maybe I'll give it a shot next time. You won't regret it, my friend. Trust me, once you go cold brew, you never go back. You should be a spokesperson for cold brew coffee, Jake. You're really selling it. Maybe I missed my calling. But hey, speaking of coffee, have you heard about that new cafe that just opened up in the city? No, I haven't. What's so special about it? They roast their own beans in-house and offer a wide variety of specialty drinks. I've been dying to check it out. Sounds like my kind of place. We should go there for our next coffee break. Absolutely. Consider it a date, Tom. You won't be disappointed. It's a date, then. Now, enough about coffee. How's work been treating you lately? Don't even get me started, Tom. But hey, that's what coffee breaks are for, right? A chance to escape the chaos and enjoy a moment of peace. Couldn't have said it better myself, Jake. Here's to coffee breaks and good company. Mark, tonight's game night is going to be epic. I've got a new game that's sure to blow everyone's mind. Oh, really? What's the game called? It's called Galaxy Conquest. It's a strategy game where you build and expand your own interstellar empire. Think Risk meets Star Wars. Sounds intense. How long does it take to play? About 2 to 3 hours, give or take. But trust me, the time flies by. You'll be so immersed, you won't even notice. Well, as long as there's plenty of snacks and drinks, I'm in. Oh, I've got that covered. I picked up some craft beers, ordered a bunch of pizzas, and even made some of my famous nachos. You've really outdone yourself this time, David. Sounds like we're in for a great night. Absolutely. And I've invited a few more friends to join us. The more the merrier, right? Just as long as nobody's too competitive. Remember what happened last time? How could I forget? That was epic. But don't worry, I made sure to invite people who can handle a bit of friendly competition without flipping the board. Friendly competition coming from the guy who once threw a mini tantrum over losing a game of Monopoly. Hey, in my defence, you guys were ganging up on me. But seriously, I've mellowed out since then. We'll see about that. So, who else is coming tonight? Let's see. Sarah, Mike, and Jenna are definitely coming. And I think Paul might drop by if he finishes work early. That's a solid group. Should make for an interesting game. Exactly. Sarah's great at strategy games. Mike's a wild card. And Jenna's just in it for the fun. And Paul, well, he's always a good sport. Sounds like a perfect mix. I can't wait to see how Galaxy Conquest plays out. Me neither. I've been reading the rules and watching tutorials all week. I think I've got a pretty good grasp on the best strategies. Of course you have. Always the overachiever. Just don't expect us to go easy on you. Wouldn't have it any other way. Game nights are all about the thrill of the challenge. Here's to a great game night, then. May the best empire win. Hey, Ryan, do you have a minute? I need some help. Of course, James. What's up? It's about this big project at work. I'm completely swamped, and the deadline's looming over my head. I could really use some advice on how to manage it all. I get it. Work can be overwhelming. Tell me more about the project. What's got you so stressed? It's this new client proposal. It's massive. We're talking about market analysis, strategic planning, financial forecasting, the whole 9 yards. I've got the data, but I'm struggling to piece it all together in a coherent way. Sounds like you've got a lot on your plate. Have you tried breaking it down into smaller tasks? Sometimes that can make a huge project seem more manageable. I've thought about it, but every time I start, I get overwhelmed by the details. I'm not sure where to begin. Start with what you know best. What's the part of the project you're most comfortable with? Probably the market analysis. I've done that a lot before, so I know the ins and outs. Great. Focus on that first. Get the market analysis done and out of the way. Once you've got that, the rest will start to come together. It's like building a house. You need a solid foundation before you can put up the walls and roof. That makes sense. I've been trying to do everything at once, and it's just not working. And don't forget to delegate. You don't have to do everything yourself. Do you have a team you can rely on? I do, but I've been hesitant to offload too much onto them. Everyone's busy with their own tasks. Delegation isn't about dumping your work on others. It's about utilizing your team's strengths to get the job done efficiently. Trust them to handle parts of the project. You'll be surprised at how much they can contribute. You're right. I need to trust my team more. Maybe I've been trying to control too much. It's a common mistake. But remember, leadership is about guiding and supporting, not just doing everything yourself. Thanks, Ryan. This is really helpful. I feel a bit more confident about tackling this now. Anytime, James. You've got this. And if you ever need to brainstorm or vent, you know where to find me. I appreciate that. How about we grab a coffee sometime this week and catch up properly? Sounds like a plan. I'm always up for coffee. Let's make it happen. Hey, Dan, I've got a great idea for this weekend. How about we go for a picnic? A picnic, huh? That sounds nice. Where are you thinking of going? There's this beautiful park about an hour's drive from here, right by the lake. It's got great views, plenty of shade, and even some hiking trails. Sounds perfect. What time are you thinking? How about we leave around 10 a.m.? That way we can get there before it gets too crowded and have a full day to relax. Works for me. What should we bring? Well, I've got a cooler, so we can pack some sandwiches, fruits, and drinks. Maybe a few snacks too. And don't forget a blanket to sit on. I'll bring my portable grill. We can barbecue some hot dogs and burgers. What about activities? Anything planned? I was thinking we could bring a frisbee, maybe a football. And of course, we have to hike one of those trails. It's supposed to be really scenic. Sounds like a plan. I'll pack my hiking boots. Anything else we need? Sunscreen, definitely. And maybe some bug spray, just in case. Oh, and don't forget your camera. You'll want to capture those views. You know me well. I'll bring my good camera. This is starting to sound like an epic day. It's going to be awesome. We haven't had a proper picnic in ages. Just a day to relax, enjoy nature and hang out. I'm really looking forward to it. I could use a break from the usual weekend routine. Same here. Plus, it's a great way to disconnect for a bit. No phones, no emails, just good company and the great outdoors. Agreed. So, what's the plan for getting there? Are we carpooling? Yeah, let's carpool. I can drive. I'll swing by your place around 9:30 and we'll hit the road. Perfect. I'll be ready. This is going to be a great weekend, Mike. Definitely, Dan. I can't wait. Here's to an epic picnic adventure. To an epic picnic adventure. Well done for finishing the video. Let me know in the comments below. Say, hey James, I finished the video. Don't forget to like and subscribe.